Glenn McGrath is ready out there in the centre. He's going to come in past umpire Darryl Harper. Steve Buckner's at square leg. It's going to be Alex Stewart to take strike, and with us in the commentary box, Bill Laurie and Ian Chappell.
Thank you, Richie. Good morning all, and McGrath to Stewart. It should be a great contest this morning. Alex Stewart and Dean Headley have got a big job to do here. Stewart, 107 in the first innings. Welcome to our viewers in Brisbane. The first ball, Stewart pushes to cover. Ideal conditions today. It's around about 20 degrees, light breeze, good light. The pitch should play well on the fourth day. And enormous pressure on Captain Stewart today, Ian.
Thanks, Bill. Hello to all of our viewers. Yes, Alex Stewart's got once again a big job to do. Got his first Test century against Australia in the first innings. He'd like to get another one. In fact, he needs to get another one. I guess he's going to be looking to Nasser Hussein and Mark Ramprakash once again for support. Hussein was a little unlucky in Adelaide. He got stuck with a tail when he was 89, not out. But neither of those two players have been able to go on and get a century. Bit of encouragement there for Glenn McGrath. That's been the one disappointing thing about their play. They both played well, but haven't been able to go on and get those match-winning scores. All they've got is, so far, is useful scores.
It's well bowled. Conditions now will suit McGrath because the odd ball seam. Move about, that's normal in Melbourne. Stay down, the off-cutter should work, and the one will straighten up as well. So Stewart will have to be very careful not to get too far back when the ball's full. He's hit the ball superbly in this match. He's a very good hitter of the loose ball. Plays well on both sides of the wicket, as did Steve Waugh yesterday. It was a wonderful knock, exciting knock. Members filling up this morning. A working day in Melbourne.
Alex Stewart hit 16 fours in his century in the first innings. That's a very good percentage. Most top order batsmen work on the basis of 50% of their runs coming in boundaries. It gets a little harder at a ground like the MCG because it's so big. But anything over 50% of the runs in boundaries generally tells you that the player is a stroke maker and likes to play his shots. That certainly is the case with Alex Stewart.
Interesting slip cordon this morning for Stewart. Unusual for Mark Taylor to have the gaps there. He's got the two slips, regulation position, and there's quite a big gap, about a fourth or fifth slip position, and then another gap around to the gully fieldsman. So the staggered slips, cover point, mid-off. That's the staggered slip cordon for Stewart. A maiden over from McGrath, good start. It's 2 for 65. 23 overs bowled, so the ball's quite new. It's going to be McGill from the southern end. 5 wickets in the match already for McGill, plus 43 runs as Dean Headley takes guard.
Ian Healy, very observant this morning. And as he looked down the ground, he noticed that the advertising was showing on the sight board. Was very quick to tell the attendant to turn it around.
Sweet point, short leg slip for Headley.
Mark Taylor opting for a combination of bowlers, fast and leg spin, which is not a bad way to start some mornings. It may be just the fact that there's a night watchman there, but it's also probably got a bit to do with Alex Stewart being out there, because he doesn't like to face spin bowling at the start of an innings, or he prefers to face pace.
Like it.
And it's not a bad way to start a morning if you've got a good spinner, because it means that the batsmen have got to use entirely different footwork for the quickie and then the spinner. Very good record as a skipper, Mark Taylor.
I think against McGill, even the night watchman, they've got to play a few shots. You're going to lunge forward. That was almost short enough to go back and hit through the offside. Allowing the bowler to dictate the length completely. This away. Just the single. It'll be off the mark.
I'm a bit surprised that England actually used a night watchman. I think they're one team that should forget about using a night watchman, because the tail is so bad that it means that Graham Hick's now pushed down to number 7, and he's got even less behind him. And he could get caught at 5-10 not out, and virtually he's a wasted batsman. So England have got to take that into consideration. I think they should abort the idea of a night watchman.
Stewart on strike to McGill. Just the silly point and slip for Stewart. Perfect morning on both the fielding and batting sides. A good seeing morning, sun breaking through, and about 20 degrees, and crowd building up. Very good crowd yesterday, 43,000. It's tidy over. Good start by McGill. 2 for 66. Italy on guard to McGrath. In comes a leg gully and a bat pad. 3 slips and a gully. So the man there on the onside, if he fends it away in the air, coming into a leg gully position. That man there, and there's a bat pad as well. So if McGrath gets one to climb, he's got a chance of a catch. Oh, he's knocked him over. As clean as a whistle, straight through. Magnificent length. There goes the night watchman. He's out for 1, and all of a sudden it's 3 for 66.
That's the other problem with a night watchman. It gives the opposition a chance to get an early wicket, which obviously boosts the whole team. Glenn McGrath now moving along to 198 Test wickets, going right through the defence of Dean Headley. Oh, terrific off-cutter. He really has got the off-cutter working well this morning, and it was way too good for the night watchman. Headley is gone for 1, and England still behind by 4 runs, 3 wickets down.
That's Hussein taking guard from umpire Darryl Harper. Beautiful delivery then from Glenn McGrath to any batsman, but certainly a lower order player. The off-cutter, the line was perfect. He drew the batsman forward, bowled him as clean as a whistle. 3 for 66 England. Here's this delivery. Close to the stumps, he bowls stump to stump. Doesn't have to do much. Jags back and went through the gate. Took middle and off stump. Oh, that's well bowled too. Staying off the mark. Little inside edge.
Glenn McGrath really does have the off-cutter working very well this morning. Served notice when he bowled a good one to Alex Stewart. That was a beauty. Dean Headley was a bit late getting there, but it was a tough one for even a top order batsman to play. Beautiful line and a lot of movement.
As he gets so close to the stumps, doesn't have to do a lot, but when it does, he opens up the gate. Dean Headley was certainly late, but he was looking okay, but just look at the gap there. Takes the bail, flies away. That's superb bowling.
Quite often players will step it out when the bail goes a long way. 25 metres is not unusual. Glenn McGrath's serve noticed early on that he was going to be able to get a bit of movement out of this fourth day pitch when he bowled a very good off-cutter to Alex Stewart. It was a little bit wider than the one that he got Headley with. But the English batsman will need to be a little careful letting McGrath go round off stump, knowing that he can make the ball come back like that. And the advantage that gives McGrath is you'll probably get a few batsmen playing at the one that just straightens up a little.
It's a good shot. Positive viewpoint from England side is that once the night watchman goes, at least you've got two strike players at the wicket. They'll be able to take the attack up to McGill and McGrath if they do bowl a loose ball. I think sometimes night watchman can hold you back and allow the bowlers to dictate early on. Hussein has been very positive in this series, and Stewart in this match has played superbly. So this is a vital partnership for England. McGrath, they're magnificent figures, just a wonderful bowler. Three for 70 England. Stewart on 46, Hussein on 1. Talk about the survival of Test cricket. Well, this match so far on the first day, 329 runs were scored, 12 wickets fell, run rate of 3.5. Well forward, ball turning, much chance there. On the second day, 346 runs, 10 wickets fell at 3.37. 58 runs per 100 balls on the first day and 56.16 on the second. So that's wonderful, entertaining cricket on both sides with the bat.
I don't think there's much doubt about who Stuart McGill wants to bowl to in this pairing. He chased that ball hit by Alex Stewart the last over, and he definitely slowed down in the chase. You see him there, he really pulls back a cog or two. Appeared to me that he was allowing them to run three so that it brought Alex Stewart on a strike when he was bowling.
He's away from the strike now. Hussein plays spin fairly well. Needs a big 100, Ian Chappell said earlier. Ramprakash, Hussein have been very consistent, haven't really gone on and got the big score they need to put their side in a winning position. Got a big opportunity here today.
He does move that back footer quite a bit when facing spinners, Nasser Hussein. I think it's most unnecessary to move the back foot before a spinner bowls. That occasion was as the ball was bowled.
I was asked a question. Hurley's very vocal.
Ian Healy thought that the umpire was about to give him. I think umpire Bucknor might have been just fiddling with the counter. He does wait quite a bit. There's no way in the wide world the umpire can give that out. It's hit on the half volley. He's got no idea whether it's going straight on or spinning.
Gill on the ball. Very good over. 3 for 71. Reasonable crowd in today. Working day in Melbourne. 3 for 71 England. McGrath and the members enter Stewart. Well, his line's perfect this morning. Rarely gets down the leg side when McGrath bowls to his field. He gets very close to the umpire when he delivers, so he's always got a chance of an LBW. Bold decision. Watch this run up very close there. The front foot coming almost in line with the stumps. McGrath's not express. He's a fast bowler, but he's certainly not amongst the fastest ever, but he's so accurate. Doesn't give the batsman many free hits. give the odd bouncer. It's a wonderful record. Atherton 13 times, that's unbelievable. Stewart and Thorpe 4 apiece. Good shot.
Alex Stewart facing Glenn McGrath. This shows you why McGrath will be tough for the right-handers. We've seen the off-cutter that he bowls. Now, on this occasion, Alex Stewart was able to let it go, move back a long way off the seam. So that puts a thought in the batsman's mind. And what'll happen, you might get a few right-handers playing at the ball outside off stump because they're worried about the off-cutter, and then he gets the one that just does that, just goes away a little. That's the one that's likely to catch the edge. So if you see a batsman playing a little wide of off stump, and you might think, oh, well, why did he play at that one? The reason why he's played at it is because he's a bit worried that it might be the off cutter. That's why Glenn McGrath is such a tough customer. Well, he's a tough customer for all batsmen, but for right-handers, see, well, that's pretty well played by Alex Stewart. A lot of right-handers would be playing at that and maybe get a nick.
Yes, I remember Ken Barrington saying the same thing about Graham McKenzie, who had a wonderful leg cutter as well. You get the off cutter coming in, all of a sudden you get one that leaves you and you're drawn into the shot. Always a chance of getting caught and slip or behind. That's a wonderful record by McGrath. 198 wickets. Early days yet for him, really, in his career. 28 years of age. Didn't bounce. It's 3 for 73. Melbourne Cricket Ground from the Whitman's Lightship, the Yarra River, the Myer Music Bowl, Government House, the Gardens of Melbourne, the Garden City Melbourne, some lovely parks and gardens, some beautiful old trees, and of course the tennis centre and the Melbourne Cricket Ground, almost in the heart of the city. Sweeps fine.
Just going back to Glenn McGrath's career, he hasn't got a 10-wicket haul yet, but he did get that 8 for against England at Lord's. He was a bit unlucky there. There wasn't much of a second innings. He didn't really get the opportunity to convert that one into a 10-wicket match haul, which I'm sure he would have done, only needing 2 in the second innings. So he was unlucky there. There was a lot of rain, but there's plenty of purple ones, which are the fifers. And it's the 5-wicket hauls that help to win matches. One bowler knocks over half the side, then he's really helping the team to win. If you look at Glenn McGrath, 3 5-wicket hauls against England and 3 against the West Indies. That's a very good performance.
Also striking at 23, that's a wonderful average. Alan Davison's one of the best at 20. Anywhere between 20 and 25 is a magnificent record at Test level. Strike rate of 53, that's wonderful. Hussein not going after McGill. McGill's not really experienced at Test level, only started last year at the Adelaide Oval against South Africa. You would just think that one of the Englishmen would be prepared to take him on early, force Taylor to make a change. It's 3 for 75. Batsman out this morning, Headley, bowled McGrath for 1. Taylor having a long talk to his main striker at the members' end. Stewart, very thoughtful. If you could make 100 in this innings, it'd be a wonderful effort. He's the informed player, as far as attacking cricket is concerned in the England lineup. 63 not out in Adelaide in the second innings, 107 here in Melbourne. Now he's on 49. Best 50. Well played. Superb innings under pressure.
That's a good effort from Alex Stewart. Century in the first, 50 in the second, but he'll know that only half the job is done in this innings. Interesting that Glenn McGrath hasn't bowled short to him yet this morning. He's a very good player of the horizontal bat shots. McGrath hasn't given him one short pitch delivery. He's been up to him all the time, and I think McGrath fancies his chances with a bit of movement off the seam.
Hussein on strike. 3 slips in the gully in. Good strike rate against by Stewart there. Under pressure, he's scoring quickly. 4 boundaries. Some lovely off drives in this innings so far.
Yes, he scored a lot more runs in this innings in that area, showing that it's not a matter of not having those shots. It's just that Australian bowlers have bowled a little differently to him. Look here, nothing much on the pull shot. There was a lot of pull shots in the first innings. So the Australians have changed their mode of attack in the second innings.
Nasser Hussein is a fine player, but he does have a problem when the ball's about a foot outside the off stump. He's not sure whether to play or let it go, and we've seen him nick a lot in that region where balls are quite wide of the off stump. Here he is. This time he lets go the off cut, and that's very, very dangerous, particularly on the 4th and 5th days here in Melbourne. If it stays down, real chance for an LBW. I know Mark Taylor lets a lot of balls go, but I think here in Melbourne, 4th and 5th day, you have to be very, very careful. In the first innings, Matthew Nicholson picked up his first wicket. Have a look at this. Really, it's a nothing shot, drawn into it. Good delivery, sure, but well wider off stump.
Yes, there's only one reason to be playing at that ball, and that's if you're trying to score runs. There's no way in the wide world you really should be playing a defensive shot at that ball, because, as Bill quite rightly points out, that makes it a nothing shot. You can't score any, so why play at it? I think it's fairly obvious that he is a little uncertain outside off stump, because that off cutter just a couple of balls ago that Nasser Hussein let go, you could see that the bat was around the mark. You watch Alex Stewart when he lets the ball go outside off stump, the bat is high and out of the way. With Nasser Hussein, when he let it go, the bat was only around about stump high. So he was thinking about playing it.
It's over bowled, 3 runs conceded, 3 for 78. Colin Miller, the 12th man for Australia, bringing out some sweaters and glasses. The breeze just any bit stronger here. Conditions pleasant. England still with their backs to the wall. 3 for 78.
Colin Miller was all loaded up. Sweaters, glasses, and looked like a rag as well. Perhaps towel is a better description. I think Glenn McGrath obviously working up a bit of perspiration there. Wanted a towel to probably just keep the perspiration off his right hand.
Big shout, he's well forward.
He expects to get most of them. Stuart McGill. Pretty hard to be giving that, especially when it's pitching outside leg stump.
By a long way. Frustrating for the umpires when they're shouting for those.
Catch it!
This time now, the catch is gone, is he? Yes, that's a big breakthrough. England now in real stride. Stewart gone for 52. It's 4 for 78.
Well, there was a nod of the head from Steve Bucknor before he put the finger up. Alex Stewart hung around and made him put the finger up. The Australians were extremely confident right from the start, but that doesn't always mean a lot. Fieldsmen these days do seem to get pretty excited about things. Hit the flap of the pad. It's a matter of whether it then went on to the bat. The Australians obviously felt that it did. Michael Slater took the catch. It's 4 for 78.
Mark Ramprakash takes guard at 4 for 78. Really 4 for 8 England. That was a big wicket for McGill. He's having a wonderful match. Alex Stewart didn't seem too pleased with that decision. We'll have another look in a moment. Always difficult for umpires, bat pads. The Australians were very confident, but as Ian Chappell said, they do shout a lot, as most teams do today. McGill, 2 for 18. 6 for the match so far. It's off the mark. Ramprakash with a nice little glance around the corner. Let's have a look at that Stewart dismissal. Always tough for umpires, bat pads. This is the view down the pitch.
It's hard to tell, but it looked as though it may have gone from pad to bat to come forward.
It's nicely played. Another single. Out to Lehman. Slater was very confident. He was at silly point there. Looks like it there, doesn't it? Looks like there's a bit of bat as it goes straight to Slater. As Tony Gregg comes into the commentary box with Richie Benaud.
Yes, and this is good bowling from McGill. Oh, and that one's spinning away very sharply. At the end of the over, 3 runs and a wicket. It's 4 for 81. So 30 overs have been bowled, 4 for 81. And this morning, the big wicket, Alex Stewart out, caught Slater at silly point off the bowling of McGill for 52. So that's the 3rd time McGill has got Slater out. Correction, has got Stewart out. This time Slater taking the catch. Might just see if we can pick up a few more angles on this dismissal. I think it was really more disappointment than anything else on Stewart's part. He's been out caught bat a few times. This is the one that looks as if, there we are, pad, and it comes forward. One would assume it would go a little squarer if it didn't hit the bat and get forced forward. There's another angle for you. Again, looks as if it's comes up onto the middle of the bat. He's rolled his head back, and I think that's more disappointment than anything else.
I think the one thing it does show, Tony, is that it'd be crazy for the administrators ever to introduce the third umpire to make decisions in cases like that, because it was inconclusive. Can't actually say that we know Stewart was out, whereas you can sometimes with next to the wicketkeeper. Bat and pad and flurry and lots of shouts. We know that they happened.
Yes, Buckner is totally in charge out there. There's no doubt about that. He had a little bit of a word to McGill at the end of the over. Just said, just keep it nice and calm. He's a very calm character himself, isn't he? Even the way he goes about telling people to calm down. And it looks as if it was taken on board in the way it was intended. I've seen him do that a couple of times. Saw him walk halfway down the pitch and ask the Australian slip cordon just to settle a little bit. So now the youngster, Ramprakash, the guy that's shown a fair bit of bulldog in this series. He hasn't scored a century, but he really has fought hard right from the very beginning of the series. Ramprakash has been out there battling away, sometimes taking a while over it, but on a couple of occasions running out of partners. There he scores. Look at them. He hasn't really failed. I suppose if he's failed at all, it's been the fact that he's not got a century, not kicked on one of those 60s. Have a look at them. 3 60s and a 57 and a 47 not out. That really wasn't his fault because he ran out of partners there, but it's been a gutsy performance by Ramprakash.
Made a very good 100 for England against West Indies in Barbados last year. And he's kept on from the moment he came back into the side against Australia at the Oval. Consistency has become the #1 thing with him, and it's 4 for 81.
So McGill continuing figures of 2 for 21. This is his 10th over. Hussein on strike. He keeps that man back on the offside, as he tends to drop the odd one short, and quite a lot of runs saved by what we call the sweeper, man back on the boundary, or near enough on the boundary.
I think it's a very wise field placing. The way McGill bowls, which is with plenty of side spin and a little bit round arm rather than with a high action.
Yes.
A couple there. Is the way he bowls. He's always going to be dragging the ball a little bit towards the offside, and he needs to be a fractured short and to be square cut or forced away through cover. And that man out there, I think, is very, very good. Might be construed as being slightly defensive, but I don't think so. I think it's just common sense.
Great bowling.
McGill's only been playing for a very short time at this level. Came in against South Africa, so he's been going for a year. Played against South Africa, then in Pakistan, and then back here.
Well bowled again. It's quite often we show you the batting chart of batsmen, and very often the runs scored reflect the sort of field that's been placed, and you can see there that Stewart hit one boundary square of the wicket, and he faced a fair bit of McGill. Now the chances are that boundary
Good bowling.
wasn't off the bowling of McGill. So that's the end of the over. It's 4 for 84. So 4 down for 84 now. Hussein and Ramprakash together. Hick, the next man in. Oh, well bowled. Yes, there's a little bit of movement for McGrath. He's not putting the work on the ball. It's hitting the seam. It's seaming. A little bit of cracking out there. See if we can pick up some movement here.
He's so versatile, Glenn McGrath. Give him a grassy pitch on the first day, a bit of movement around, swing, and he uses those conditions very well. Now today he's bowling off cutters and leg cutters at slightly reduced pace. He's down to about 125 or 130 Ks. And that in itself shows that he's versatile, that he knows that these conditions will be suited to a bit less pace, movement off the seam, the fact that the ball might play at variable heights, and he's able to accommodate all those things. It's one of the reasons he's such a good bowler. It's not the case that he walk out on the field and think, oh, you know, what's going to happen today? I don't like the look of this. He can adapt himself to anything.
Yes, what a wonderful line he's bowled. He attacks the off stump and that area just outside the off stump. Just persists there. And then obviously when he gets one to nip back a little bit off the seam, that creates a little bit of uncertainty in the mind of the batsman. You've got to be a little careful about leaving a ball too close to the off stump, and you can see his field is orientated to the offside as well. 3 slips a gully and those 2 men saving 1. And that gives you an idea of the bounce as well. That one taken, it looked to me around about shoulder height as it went through to Healy, and that's on the 4th day of this match.
At some stage, Matthew Nicholson will be called on to bowl, and it'll be interesting to see whether he can adapt to the advice he's given, because he won't have bowled in these conditions before.
Oh, there might have been some bat in that one too. Going to the right hand of Slater. He's fielding just in front of square. That one looked to me as if it went almost dead square.
Good reflex actions, Michael Slater. That's gone inside edge, just off the shoulder, onto the pad. And no chance, but just away about a yard or so past Slater.
Oh, and that one a little shorter. Well bowled. Beautiful over from Glenn McGrath. 4 for 85. So Melbourne on this pleasant day. Oh, and that one short, and he's got the way high and wide down towards the boundary at deep mid wicket, but that's stopped almost dead. Underneath it just a little bit too much, and didn't time it perfectly, but it was a very short delivery. Just watching McGill out there, noticed that he's been just hanging on to his hamstring just a little bit. Yes, he didn't middle that. That hamstring apparently kept him out of the Shield match. It was the problem he had, and he's been doing a little bit of stretching. Here's some of these, all of these lovely pictures that are coming to you of the Melbourne Cricket Ground, the surrounding area, the bay down there. All coming from Whitman's lightship, which will be hovering above the MCG today for most of the day.
Good bowling.
So they can home right in on the action. This one hit him in the rib cage, just turning his head away from the ball. That's well bowled and nicely adjusted. He doesn't mind playing the sweep shot. Got to be just a little bit careful. Got to get that pad in the right place. There's a bit of rough outside leg stump, and you've got to get the pad in the right place when playing the sweep shot, because if you do miss it, you've got to make sure that it doesn't bowl you around the legs or just deceive you a little bit by turning a bit more. It's well left. Hussein looks as if he's really concentrating out there today. 4 for 87. Hussein has got 7. Ramprakash 5. It's 4 for 87. Glenn McGrath, who's bowling beautifully, is continuing. He's about to start his 13th over. 1 for 36, his figures. He got Headley out this morning for 1. And that short one passing way over the top of Ramprakash's head. Right, well, it's Ansett trivia time. And that's today's question. What is the largest number of Test centuries scored by an Australian batsman in a calendar year? So it's a calendar year. And it's the number of Test centuries scored by an Australian. And there we are. Those are the Three choices we're giving you, A, B and C. All you've got to do is dial the number alongside the answer you consider to be right. So what's the largest number of centuries scored by an Australian batsman in a calendar year? 5, 6 or 7. So if you think it's A or 5, you dial 1902 554 621, or 622 for 6, or 623 for 7. So if you want to think about it, just make a quick note of these numbers. I'm sure there'll be a few of you diving into wisdoms, trying to make sure you get it right. Well, there we are. Those are the numbers to dial if you reckon you've got it. In fact, it's worth a punt anyhow. whitewatersports.com.au, our net site, our internet site, also has all that information for you, and you can enter via the net if you wish. Well, the crowd, having missed out on the first day, have seen some really good cricket during the next 3 days. The runs have been scored at a really good rate. In fact, this is about as slow as it's been. England in all sorts of strife here, scoring at 2.5 and over. In the first 2 innings, we were scoring at around about 3.5.
No run.
That's a maiden over. It's 4 for 87. That score still on 87. Hussein and Ramprakash battling out there against McGill and McGrath.
There's that man saving the boundary again out there in that position. That's the type of ball he's there for. It's not all that bad a ball, but just give the batsman the opportunity to square cut or force away on the offside. And I think they're quite right to have the man covering there. Keep it down to 1. It won't do anything but help McGill. That's beautifully bowled. Bit of bounce there, and the batsman misread it, I would say. Bit of skid there, bit of bounce. Batsman might just have been looking for the wrong one.
Oh no! Good hustle, Nico.
Let's look at that little bit of rough there, and that little dark spot just a bit further down. So I've heard spinners talking about, whoops, well, that throw came in, and Ramprakash was obviously thinking about other things and ended up having to take evasive action. Here comes the throw. McGraw always lets it rip. Enough problems out there to contend with, rather than being hit with a throw that comes in from the boundary.
Wow, Stewie.
Interesting over, because McGill hasn't bowled a leg spinner so far. All top spinners and one wrong one. This is the throw from McGrath that discomforted Ramprakash.
Ball again, Stu.
That's good over. And it's 4 for 90.
So 4 for 90 now. And the lead just 20 with 6 wickets in hand. And the cheer you may have heard there was for the Victorian that's being brought into the attack now, Damien Fleming. He's going to take over from Glenn McGrath. Glenn McGrath has just completed 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 12 in his spell this morning. Managed to get the wicket of the night watchman Headley, out bowled for 1.
Couple of looseners for Damien Fleming. He's bowled well in the series. Not just swing, but movement off the seam as well. Nothing up in Brisbane. Didn't bowl all that badly, actually. That's a fine shot. Outfield is nice and fast again. Nasser Hussein, the man playing the stroke. Good attacking shot.
Yes, just out there and slightly over pitched, and that was very nicely played. Likes a little bit of room. It wasn't really a half volley, just short of a length. He played it well on the up. Yes, well, Richie Benno pointed out that Glenn McGrath was bowling just within himself around about the 138 mark. I think a lot of his deliveries registered that on the speed gun and all the equipment they've got here. And now we've got Fleming, and this is his first over. He's come in and he's bowled in the 120s, between 122 and 125. It's kilometres an hour. That one pretty consistent with the others, 124.
Darren Goff has been the quickest so far in this match. He's been up around about the 140, 143 on occasions. Lovely remark from Alex Stewart when asked about Goff and the speed at which he was bowling. And the question was asked of Stewart, was he impressed with Goff's pace? He said yes. The only thing is he was under the impression it was miles per hour.
Well, that's a pretty tidy start for Fleming. 4 runs off it. It's 4 for 94. McGill again, and that one just a bit short outside off stump, but straight to the short extra cover fieldsman. So Taylor employing just too close to the wicket fieldsman. Slip and the silly point. That sweeper playing quite a role, and of course there's also a man just behind square for any top edges that result from sweep shots. That can quite often happen as well. These batsmen will sweep away, and of course if it hits the top edge it can fly up in the air to that man there. He's there and will be there most of the time that McGill's bowling.
Great bowling.
Batsman just looking down the pitch will be conscious of this little rough area here, especially that one there. That's just on the right length, that one. There's a little black spot there. It's about 8 foot from the popping crease.
Good bowling.
See if we can pick up where this one pitched relative to that little spot. There you can see it. It's just covered up by the bat there, but he's on target, isn't he? Bit short, that one. McGill 2 for 31. There's the sweeper. Anything short, it's cut away a square. He's going to look after. They get one. They get given one there.
Much flatter, much quicker there for McGill. Looked more like a flipper than the sliding top spinner. Yep, that's what it was. And it just moved off the seam a little bit as well.
A nagging length. 3 from that over. 4 for 97. So 4 for 97 the score now, and in the commentary box, Bill Lawry, and with him is Ian Botham.
Thank you, Tony Gregg. Hard battle for England. Hussein 13, Ramprakash on 8. Fleming from the members' end. Conditions ideal this morning. It's a good morning to bowl. There's been a bit of movement off the seam, a bit of way swing for Fleming, and some turn for McGill. Batsman out. Headley and then Captain Stewart. Lead by 27 England. Good morning, Ian Botham.
Morning, Bill. Morning, Channel 9 viewers. Well, it's not that good. 4 for 97 is a little depressing. A lot of work to do in this game if they're going to make a game of it. Big body blow was the loss of Captain Alex Stewart. It certainly looks like the one batsman who will take the game to the Australians.
Fleming. Might get the ball to swing as much this morning. He might get the in-swinger going with the ball now a few overs old. 3 slips a gully, cover point, a mid-off on the offside for Damien Fleming. Bat pad mid-on and a fine leg on the onside. Should put that away. Finds the only man the offside region forward of point.
You really need to hit the gaps with those. Nothing else, just for your own momentum. Keep on hitting the field and bowlers get away with as a half volley. Does them a world of good. I think one of the things in these situations, Bill, is that you've got to keep the board moving. You've got to keep accumulating runs. If you're not hitting boundaries, pick up 1s and 2s. Just rotate the strike. At the moment, it's almost as if the England batsmen are waiting for the inevitable.
Particularly against McGill. I think he's inexperienced. They've not been prepared to take him on at all so far. He's bowled very well. I think Hussein likes to get after Fleming if he pitches up. This time he gets the gap at cover. We'll bring up the 100. It's now 4 for 100. 4 for 100. I think what we're seeing now, the importance of that stand between McGill and Stephen Warr, how it really has hurt England.
The thing I think you've got to do, Bill, is you've got to be positive. You've got to take the game to the bowler. What I think is happening at the moment is that the Australians, Stuart McGill in particular, is just allowed to settle in. He's not put under any pressure. He doesn't have to think about really very much at all. He's just running up and bowling, and on this wicket, something will happen eventually. I think England missed their big chance in the first test in Brisbane when he was obviously very nervous. They could have hit him almost out the side, but they've just let him settle in. Now he's going to come around the wicket and try something different.
Spins out the rough. McGill's had a very good match. 4 in the first innings, 2 in the second. Very tidy figures. McGrath bowled beautifully this morning with the off-cutter working. Applied the pressure from the members' end.
Bowling.
It won't come down to him either. That's one of the problems in Sheffield Shield competition. Even with Shane Warne, the Australian players are more prepared to go down the pitch. That's the way they play leg spin. Englishmen like to play from the crease,
which creates its problems. I think whether you decide to come down the wicket, whatever you do, you've got to do it positively.
Well, it stayed down. He played it pretty well in the end. He was back and across. Didn't appear to be a lot of bounce. This will be a good replay, this one.
Pitching in the footmarks and just getting the bottom of the bat onto that. Ian Healy's expression says it all.
Bowling, Stuart.
We'll have a look at that from stump vision. Round the wicket. Here it comes. Just got the bottom of the bat. It's a very good over for McGill, causing a lot of problems. It's 4 for 100. 4 for 100. On this day, December the 29th, 1994, was a very famous day in the history of Test cricket because Shane Warne took a hat-trick. De Freitas was the first. Remember this? That was Plum. By Randall had no problems whatsoever. Then Darren Goff, who played pretty well with the bat in this series. At the other end was Alex Stewart. Here's Darren Goff, caught by Healy. And then the hat-trick ball. Shane Warne had a chat to Damien Fleming, who'd already picked up a hat-trick at Test level 2 months earlier. He walked across to Warne. And here was this hat-trick ball. Malcolm was the batsman. On this day, December the 29th, 1994, it seemed like yesterday. Magnificent catch by David Boone. On his 34th birthday, assisted Warne in a hat-trick. Talking about Shane Warne, I wonder what Ian Healy thinks of Warne not being in the side.
It's a lot quieter without Warney, probably. He's always grunting or saying something or trying to create something at the bowler's end. But you know, we've all got to lift 5% to fill that hole that he's left, and I don't think we'll ever fill it without him. But we'll go a long way to contributing to fill it in for him.
Well, they've certainly lifted 5%, and McGill's made a big part of that 5%. Done a great job.
Actually, his record, the man in your picture there, Stuart McGill, his record, I think, at this stage of his career and Shane Warne's career, he's way ahead. Pretty impressive. Chipped him with 4 wickets in the first Test, 4 in the third, and he's already got 6 in this game. And who's to know? I think he'll have a few more yet.
That's a good shot. Not hit with the power of Stephen Ward, not finding the boundary, but finding the gap at cover point. Ramprakash has done a great job. He's probably the safest of the English batsmen right throughout the series without really taking control.
Yeah, you feel he's due for a big score. But, he's played well enough, I think, in this series to at least come out with 100. The problem is, you just get that awful feeling, don't you, Bill, that 2 more wickets, then what happens?
He's under pressure all the time. That's what Test cricket's all about, a slow delivery from Fleming. 4 for 102. England, 4 for 102, fighting for dear life at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. As I said earlier, it's been a good Test match, though. That's cracked. That should go for 4. Silly points up. And that goes. That's what they should be doing to the long hops, putting them away, as Ian Botham said, score some runs, put the pressure back on the bowler.
Well, give them something to think about. You've got to do that. You've got to be positive, even in defence. In fact, best form of defence is often to attack. Short. Well, you're going to get enough good deliveries. When you get a bad one, make the most of it. Fill your boots, as they say.
Silly point, bat pad, slip in now for Hussein as McGill coming around the wicket.
Good bowling.
He's going back to the first day's play. There was 329 runs scored. That's fantastic on a ground that was waterlogged about the day previous. 12 wickets fell, a run rate of 3.5. Yesterday, 346 runs in a day's play is fantastic when you lose 10 wickets. Admittedly extended hours of play, but the run rate was 3.37 again.
Good bowling.
That's why this has been such a good Test match so far.
I don't think you could say you haven't had your money's worth.
Well, apart from the terrible, the wind on the first day's play was unbelievable. The 25,000 fans stuck it out. Yesterday was 43. There's about 15 to 20 in today already. And the players have certainly put on a great exhibition. Unfortunately, England yesterday just had that lapse for a session that cost them dearly.
Well, I just think that the Australian dressing room would have been up and bubbly, and they should have perhaps gone in with, what, 50-run deficit. They end up with, what, 70 runs in front. Well, which dressing room would you rather be in, Bill?
No ball call. Yes, well, it's just one of those things. Full credit to Stephen Waugh. I thought it was a magnificent knock, but Goff, a little bit of luck in it. Goff beat McGill about 4 times in the top. I think the key was when Hick dropped Fleming before he'd scored. I think that little partnership just tilted the ship a fraction. And they all add up. When you drop a guy, he was on naught. Headley hadn't had a lot of luck in the match.
Yeah, the way these first and second slip react, it's almost as if they haven't picked it up till very, very late. I mean, Mike Atherton wouldn't have got there. He had another 5 minutes to get there. He just didn't see it.
Wow.
5 off the over. It's 4 for 107. It's nicely played. Fleming just drifting onto leg stump. And England needs something special today. They really need somebody to make a big 100 and somebody bowl superbly on the final day.
Well, you just feel, Bill, if you can get to 200, 220 lead, well, anything's possible then. A couple of wickets, a little bit of variation in bounce, the odd one keeping low, a couple of good catches. That would make a change. But just something. Just needs something to spark it. At the moment, it's almost as if it's everyone's just lying back and waiting for it to happen.
I think what we tend to forget, Ian, also is that this is a very good Australian side. At 6 for 206 yesterday, England were almost in the box seat. But once again, Stephen Waugh played a superb knock. He got good support from the bowler Fleming and particularly McGill. It all added up to a lead of 70. And that's what good sides do to you when you're down yourself. When you're lacking a little bit of confidence, a little bit of luck, the good sides lift, you just can't quite make the grade.
I've seen plenty of knocks, and I'm sure you have, Bill, but I thought yesterday's, in the context of the game, Steve Waugh, I said to him this morning, I said, well played, and but I also told him, geez, you're boring, mate. It's getting boring against England. What about failing once or twice? It's an amazing record, isn't it? And phenomenal. Went past 7,000 runs yesterday.
It wasn't just the 100 yesterday. I think he was 51 when Fleming came in yesterday. And he took control. He played shots we haven't seen for a long time. He was hitting the ball over cover. He was hooking in the air. And look at that batting chart. There's shots all around the ground, particularly in front of the wicket. That's a magnificent range of strokes there.
He's so strong in that sort of from cover to mid-off area, and hits the ball so hard, and he finds the gaps almost at will.
I was just a bit surprised yesterday that Alex Stewart didn't bring Goff on immediately. Steve Waugh come to the crease, because he's the type of guy that the second row bowlers really get him out. You really have to be your best bowler operating when Steve Waugh's at the crease.
I also thought it was a bit of a mistake, Bill, to take the new ball as quickly as we did. We just got the ball reversing. It's harder to get away the older ball, it's a bit softer. It was getting variation in bounce. I'd have just given Darren Goff a couple more with it, because certainly in that situation, you like that new ball. Someone like Steve Waugh comes on.
There's a lot of luck though, isn't there? McGill played and missed about 5 or 6 times. Didn't get the edge. We'll come back to that. It's 4 for 109. 2 informed batsmen at the crease, Hussein and Ramprakash, 20 and 12. McGill continues around the wicket to Hussein.
Great length. Around those little pads, Stewie.
That's the lead, 39. Sweeps. 2 more as Fleming does the fielding.
We were talking about Stuart McGill and Shane Warne. At this relative stage of their careers, Shane Warne had played 7 tests, the same as Stuart McGill. He'd taken just 14 wickets at 46 apiece. Stuart McGill's taken 34 at 24. Some comparison, eh? So on that ratio, Bill, time that he's played the same amount of games as Warne, he should have about 600 wickets.
A long way to go yet. Certainly it's a wonderful start. Remember when Ravi Shastri took to Shane Warne at the Sydney Cricket Ground, he got 1 for 150. Warne dropped a return catch when I think Ravi Shastri was about 88. That goes fine, maybe buys. Wait for the umpire, Steve Bucknell's signal. Buys. But my word, what's Warne done for world cricket though? The fact that we've got McGill now. I mean, if Ian Chapp was saying earlier, it would be great in Sydney if Warne was available with McGill, have the pair working together.
When was the last time that happened in a test match? 2 leg spinners working together. It's got to be a while back, I reckon.
Adelaide last year, I think McGill was on debut, joined Shane Warne last year.
Oh, not that long ago then. You're a while in England, I'll tell you.
Full toss, he hits it with the straight bat. Should get 3. And just flashed up Shane Warne's record there. I mean, really has made a great contribution to the fact that this Australian side is #1 at test level at the moment. That's a wonderful record.
Wonderful. It's a magnificent record. And the sooner he's fit and back and playing and entertaining the crowds and doing what he does best, it'll be a sunny day for cricket.
Let's get that away. Weeman going to clean up from deep point. 2 more. 9 runs off the over, 4 for 118. The wonderful gardens surrounding the city of Melbourne, the Yarra River. Clear day. Looking down towards Port Melbourne on the left. Feature of Melbourne, if you're a visitor, is visiting the gardens and the Melbourne Zoo, which is very famous as well. As Nicholson comes into the attack for the first time this morning. Fleming unsuccessful, 1 for 23 after 10 overs, been replaced by Nicholson. He might bowl better here today too, because there'll be a bit more seam. He hits the seam very hard. We saw McGrath jag 1 or 2 back from off to leg, so he's got a good opportunity on the 4th day to do something special, Matthew Nicholson.
It's a nice time for the young man to bowl as well. No real pressure on him. Slater in command. Go out there and just settle into it. It's all a learning process.
dead on line. We saw when Dean Headley and Alan Mullally come back, they bowled a pour over. I think it was 13 and 11. It makes a big difference if you can be spot on first ball.
Well, you give the momentum back to the batsman, don't you, in those situations? And all the hard work, the building up of pressure, it all goes to rack and ruin. If you're bowling over 15, 13, 14, 15 runs out of it, batsmen feel top of the world. The fielding side get pretty depressed.
Well, bowled attempted Yorker. He does bowl a good Yorker. I don't think there was any swing there, but it was almost a perfect length. Was on line. It's well played.
Case of digging it out.
Whoops, looking for the drive, inside edge. Good length. That's what you're saying, is a good driver on the offside, but he enticed him into the drive and maybe just a bit of movement back.
He's looking to play his shots, that's what we're saying. Looking to be positive. That's a good piece of bowling. That's just drifted in late. Might even be reversing a little bit. It's the 45th over, and it's about that time of the day, I think, just to start reversing. Glenn McGrath is a good exponent of that.
Australian on the leg stump, and it's worked away nicely for 2. This is the partnership England need a big one. The lead now 50. Double 100 partnership here. It's a bit of a dream, but it'd make this an amazing test match.
It was a nice dream. There's a lot of English supporters who will be wishing that. Well, these are the 2 informed men. They've played as well, if not better than anyone else in the side. Alex Stewart came back into his rich vein of runs, and these 2.
England also missing Thorpe badly, left-hander in the middle order. He's a class player against Australia, averages 52, and I think that gave the middle order some strength and just changed the line of the bowlers about a bit.
Exactly. No bowler likes to chop and change right hand, left hand. The field has to change. Everyone gets down on it. So, big blow to English cricket, and hopefully he's at home and getting himself right for the World Cup and the next few years of English cricket, because they need him.
It's nicely played. Controlled off drive that from Ramprakash. 5 runs off the over, 4 for 1, 2, 3. 4 for 1, 2, 3. As Richie Benaud and Ian Chappell take up the commentary.
Thanks, Bill. 53-run lead to England. Damien Fleming coming into the attack at the southern end, replacing Stuart McGill, who's had the one success this morning. Got rid of the England captain. Has good figures of 2 for 44. Having a good match, Stuart McGill. He's contributed both with the ball and with the bat. 6 wickets in the match and a 43. That's a very good contribution. Interesting to note that he's also in a catching position. I said earlier on that I thought that he slowed down chasing a ball, maybe because he wanted to bowl to Alex Stewart. But then I remembered that he had to pass a fitness test to try and play in the last Shield game. He didn't make it because of a niggling hamstring injury, and he's been in the slips and in catching position since then. I think that's the reason why he slowed down in his chase. No third man. 4 runs.
It was just about an authentic stroke. Went away from him a little bit, and he followed it, kept it down. 57 the lead for England now. That's McGill out there in that position Ian Chappell was talking about. Catching position close in on the offside. Not at a silly point, but the point Ian was making about the chase McGill made with Alex Stewart is there.
You see him there. He throttles back quite obviously, and I think he must have started to feel that hamstring injury. At the end of that over, Mark Taylor went over and had a conversation with Stuart McGill, and from that point on he's been in catching positions. That is when he isn't bowling. Doesn't seem to have hampered him with his bowling. He's had an excellent match, Rich.
Yes, he's looking good. It was an excellent effort yesterday with the bat. We made the point yesterday that he's hardly failed with the bat. Looking at him as a lower order player, he's part of the tail. He's hardly failed since he came into Test cricket. He's bowling well, bowling as well as anyone could expect at this stage of his career, which is only 1 year at this particular level of Test cricket. Just doing a little bit of a jiggle with that right leg, so I think there is something there.
It's 4 for 127. Yes, I guess the big surprise with Stuart McGill would be his Test batting average, which is over 20 at the moment. I would think it's probably going to drop a bit on that throughout his career, but it is, I guess, an indication of his determination to contribute to this cricket team in as many ways as he can. He certainly did yesterday. In fact, he became very, very confident at the end of that innings yesterday. There weren't too many that were missing the middle of the bat.
It was a good, sensible innings because he did play and miss at the first 6 he faced.
Oh, and he's gone right through him. Matthew Nicholson with his second wicket in Test cricket, and he's hit the stumps.
It was a beauty too. Perfectly pitched. Ramprakash had to play at it, and it has cut back between bat and pad. It's very well bowled. Nice to see a young player come in, get 1 wicket in the first innings, and now produce an absolute cracker to break this partnership.
And that's reminiscent of the one that Glenn McGrath got through Dean Headley. It's just clipped off stump. So England now half the side out, and they're only 57 in front. Graham Hick coming in with 5 down. That's one of the problems with sending out a night watchman. Hick drops from 6 to 7. There's not much behind him. So a lot resting now on the combination of Hick and Hussein. Matthew Nicholson with his second wicket in Test cricket. Be a nice thrill for him hitting the stumps. Obviously the first Test wicket is always an important one and brings a lot of satisfaction. But for a quick bowler to hit the stumps, that also gives them a lot of pleasure.
We were talking earlier this morning about this will be a learning process for Matthew Nicholson, and he's been accurate today, probing as well, and this was a beauty. Just got the top of the off bail, cut back quite sharply, and that's the sort of thing he will have been told by Glenn McGrath, that this pitch is wearing, there is going to be some movement off the seam, there's going to be the chance to bowl cutters.
That's a good Yorker. He would know all about Yorkers after having got a good one from Darren Goff yesterday. Just clipping the off bail of Ramprakash. Terrific pleasure there for Matthew Nicholson. And then a meeting of the minds. The two quickies get together and discuss how they knock batsmen over.
Well, half the battle is being able to learn and being prepared to learn. And Matthew Nicholson won't have a better teacher than Glenn McGrath. McGrath knows all about being adaptable. We're running through the various areas of having a new ball, swinging it, getting extra bounce, and then suddenly finding yourself on the fourth day where there's not much bounce, but you have to change your style. That'll be one of the things Matthew Nicholson has been taught today.
Wicket maiden for Matthew Nicholson. It's 5 for 127. Matthew Nicholson bowling Ramprakash for 14. Gets a good round of applause as he goes back to his spot at fine leg. Nasser Hussein plays with the hands very low. And he always acknowledges the crowd, Matthew Nicholson. He said when I was talking to him the other day that he's got a few mates who've come down to see him play in his first Test match and give him a bit of encouragement. As well as his father being here.
He also said, if I remember correctly, that he's laid back. I think he's probably right. But he looks like he's got some ability too. He's got a bit about him. And this will all be part of the learning process. It is a good selection by the national selectors. Got to try to find some up-and-coming pace bowlers.
Yes, there's a bit more to selecting than just choosing players. At this point, the selectors are feeding Matthew Nicholson into a very good side, a successful side. Nice blending of experience and young players. And there's plenty of guys there that he can learn from. Not just Glenn McGrath, but he will have learned from watching Steve Waugh's century. Talking to Ian Healy, he would be able to give him a bit of advice. And the other thing is, you, as well as coming into a successful side, you're coming in against a team that Australia really have had the wood on. And that's also got to help a young bloke making his debut in that situation. So ideal time for the selectors to get him in there.
Yes, and the selectors will need a few more coming up as well. They've got to be looking ahead all the time.
That would be in contrast to what the England selectors did with Alex Tudor. Brought him into the side in Perth, had a good game, very good game in Perth, and then they left him out. Surely they've got to find out if he can bowl under all conditions.
Well, there may well be a logical explanation for that, but so far it's escaped me.
Another maiden. England remain 57 in front. England 5 for 127. Hick not quite off the middle, but it gets his scoring underway. Could I suggest perhaps with the England selectors, Rich, a tendency to over-theorise the game?
Keep it simple is the answer. I'd have thought from what I'd seen of Alex Tudor on video over in England, I especially asked for a video of him bowling in county cricket and limited overs games there, just to have a look at him, as we didn't actually televise any of Surrey's games. And what I saw then convinced me that he had a bit of ability. Came out to Australia, played in Perth, and I think it's fair to say he made a pretty good impression there, even though you do need to take into account the extra bounce over there. May not be available in other areas, but then the fact that he'd bowled so well and been impressive enough in Perth to be left out in Adelaide was a very, very strange thing. Or for me it was. And the over-theorising comes into that aspect of it. The theory being that Tudor wouldn't be able to get anything out of the Adelaide pitch. And I, on the other hand, suspect that he might have.
They did it a bit with Devon Malcolm. Kept playing him on pitches that bounced and leaving him out of on other grounds. And I always thought that Devon Malcolm was likely to take wickets, especially when it all clicked. Well bowled.
That was a beautiful piece of bowling. Absolute beauty. It has landed on the batting crease. A long, hard look from Nasser Hussein down the pitch there. Oh, not another one. Just a little nod from the batsman too. If it does any harm to say well bowled.
Yes, it worries me that the England selectors might have that same sort of theory about Alex Tudor, that he only gets wickets on bouncy pitches. Well, he certainly did that in Perth, but he did it with some pretty good bowling. Clean bowl Steve Waugh, you're going all right. And then he got rid of Twin Mark with a very good outswinger. And that's good bowling. Those sort of deliveries are going to cause any batsman trouble. Another good over from Matthew Nicholson. It's 5 for 130. Slightly brighter day here in Melbourne. Certainly a lot warmer for the players. They'll appreciate that. England 60 in front with half the side down. That's the view of the MCG from the Whitman's lightship. I guess we then come to the really important point in the difference between the Australian selectors with Matthew Nicholson and the England selectors with Alex Tudor. The difference is Australia can afford to have Matthew Nicholson get hit around a bit, as he was in the first innings, and keep him there. England, because they're struggling so much, if Alex Tudor gets hit around a little bit, there's always that worry that, oh, it could cost us the game. And so there's the tendency to not leave him in the team, when perhaps leaving him in the team and giving him experience of bowling under different conditions is perhaps going to be the right way to go.
Yes, I'd agree with that. There is one other aspect too. You've got two new bowlers in this Australian side. One is Nicholson, just playing in his first Test match, and the other one is Stuart MacGill. Now, MacGill's gone from Western Australia to Sydney, Nicholson from Sydney to WA. And one thing they have in common is that each has a slightly unusual bowling action. And the selectors and others need to be very careful that they don't interfere with that. Just because you've got MacGill, who is a bit round arm and needs a man back at deep point, just as a safeguard, feels more comfortable with it. And no one should interfere with the way MacGill bowls, because that is his natural style. Same with Nicholson, he's quite front on, and some of the purists would look at him, I suspect, and say, oh, now hang on a minute, let's get hold of this guy and just see if we can straighten him out. And yet Nicholson, to me, looks to have a perfectly natural bowling action for him. And I reckon great care needs to be taken with those two. Racing away to the boundary. 4 there to Nasser Hussein. He's played that pretty well. Just came back to McGill and Nicholson. Neither is completely orthodox, and just needs to be underlined that that doesn't matter at all. They're natural bowlers. What we've seen of Nicholson in this match indicates that he has good rhythm, and it's his own particular style, and it looks to me as though it'll be quite effective.
4 more. 2 very well played late cuts. England lead by 69. 42 to Hussein. 5 boundaries, 2 of them coming off the last over. Graham Hick is on 4. 5 for 139. England desperate to build up a big lead with this pair. The fear is there's not much more to come after that.
Lead is 70 now, and they need, I think, another 130 to make it an interesting encounter. 200 on the last day wouldn't be at all easy. You can get the scoring rate. The Australians would have probably to about well, 2.5 and over maximum.
Nicholson knocked the bail off there and hurt his finger in the process. May have also disturbed the batsman's concentration. Quite a fast arm action, Matthew Nicholson. Almost looks as though he stops. Obviously he doesn't, but he does seem to slow down almost at the point of delivery, but it's a very quick arm action.
Yes, he's, as I say, not perfectly orthodox, but he's effective.
When you start thinking of bowlers with a fast arm action, Wasim Akram is one who immediately comes to mind, a very, very successful bowler. Malcolm Marshall is another one from the West Indies. And then in earlier times, John Snow and Andy Roberts, both with very quick arm actions, all extremely successful bowlers.
Well, there's just the faintest hint of John Snow about this young guy. Nothing very pronounced, but as soon as I saw him, I thought, hello, there's just a touch of Snowy. That's a good shot. It probably won't get into the fence, but they'll certainly run 4. Relay throw will come in. 4 to Nasser Hussein.
String of 4s for Hussein. 2 in the last over off Damien Fleming. Now this one, 4-all run from Nicholson.
Over.
It's 5 for 144. A lead of 74 for England with 5 wickets in hand. Hussein has moved to within 4 of a half century. Graham Hick is on 5. Alex Stewart with a half century. One of the problems for England, they get a few useful scores but not any match-winning scores. McGill comes back into the attack now, 2 for 44 from 16. And the challenge will be on again. Graham Hick and Stuart McGill. Hick hit him for 6 in the first innings. And a little sign there from Mark Taylor, just moving mid-on, mid-off, back a touch. He was caught at mid-on in the first innings. Doesn't miss a trick, Mark Taylor.
Good start.
Now what Hick really has to do is, having seen mid-on, mid-off push back, really he's got to take advantage and just push the ball firmly down there, and there's a single every time, rather than try and clear them, especially this early in his innings.
Just looking at the possible target Australia might face tomorrow. I was talking about 200. If they were to be chasing 200, and you're thinking about a scoring rate of about 2.5 and over, that would make it an interesting contest. I get a rate of much more than 2.5 and over on the last day. I suspect Nasser Hussein didn't pick that one. Let it go. I suspect, reckoning it was going to be the leg break, and it's come back at him rather than go away, and it's all but flicked his glove.
Big difference in the way Nasser Hussein and Alex Stewart let the ball go. Nasser Hussein has always got the bat or the gloves very close to where the ball is. Alex Stewart gets them very high, well out of the way, both bat and gloves. Gill has already got Nasser Hussein with a wrong and in this series. Up in Brisbane, got him with a beauty that bounced and spun, and Hussein played it on. It's 5 for 145. 75 the lead for England as we see the MCG and Melbourne from the Whitman's lightship. In the commentary position now, it's Tony Gregg, and with him Bill Laurie.
Thank you, Ian. Matthew Nicholson continuing from the members' end. 54 finds the outside edge this time. Valuable runs for England. Just trickles into the gutter. And this is the partnership for England. Hick, very talented cricketer. He's had an in and out career in the England lineup, but he's got a lot of natural talent. Big man, good striker with the ball. That's a big record, isn't it? 104 hundreds and 111 50. So once he gets a start, he normally goes on.
Yes, I think that what that says is he's a good player, a very good player of ordinary bowling. So that's the message in that one, because that really, by comparison with his test records, like chalk and cheese. Averaging 55.44, and all those hundreds. He really has thoroughly dominated first-class attacks, especially the county attacks. Smashed them to every corner of every ground in England.
Yes, unfortunately had to qualify for 7 years for England. From Zimbabwe. And there's an indication of a touch of class. And every time he comes to crease, you feel as if he's going to do something special. I hope for his sake in England today, because he's a beautiful strike with the ball.
That's right, but we saw him play some beautiful pull shots in Perth, and he really did hit some lovely shots there. And this too, lovely cover drive. Just look at this, stand and deliver shot. Strong man too. He's big and very powerful. You see shots like that, and then look at his record. It really is a bit of a shame, and I think you're right. The 7 years that he had to wait obviously created a bit of a problem for him. It's a long time. It's always better to get in as a youngster when you have no real inhibitions.
Also, because he performed so well, everybody was expecting a miracle. Well, it hasn't happened yet, but he scored 405 not out for Worcester in 1984. That's a long time ago.
It certainly is. At the end of the day, you've got to prove yourself at each level. And he still has a little bit of a question mark alongside his name at this level. Just to give you some idea of how he's handled his career, we might get his graph up for you. Started his career against the West Indies, so that's always a little tough. And Ambrose got right into him there in that area. Took a little while for him to get his first century, which is a big one, and a little bit of a lean patch. And then he started getting it together a bit. A little bit more consistent here with these hundreds. So really not a great record for a bloke who's considered such a talented player. 5 centuries all up there.
Eight runs off the over. 5 for 153. Good crowd in. Good match in progress. Hussein on 46, once again the mainstay, as he was in Adelaide when he got 89 not out. McGill over the wicket.
Two for 45, McGill, starting his 18th over. We've mentioned that he may just be having a little bit of trouble with that leg of his, which kept him out of the last Shield match. A little bit of a strain. And one of the things you've got to do in cricket these days, you've got to play on with little niggles.
Asking the question, didn't offer a shot. Taking a long time. Not out.
Yes, quite a positive appeal. Let's see where it pitches, around about middle, and really spinning far too much.
No way, that could ever be out. Would have missed the second set of stumps.
And I think he tried to bail out of that one. He may just have got his bat out of the way right at the end. One way or the other, he didn't nick it. But this is an example of a bit of bounce and turn as well. Outside off stump, you just watch it go.
Certainly turning the ball a long way, McGill.
Yes, he's got to make sure, Hussein, that he keeps those gloves out of the way. That's what's worrying me a little bit, just watching him drop his gloves. You notice that he comes to cover it and then he sort of keeps his gloves relatively close to the ball as it goes past. We've seen that twice now.
Maiden over, well bowled. 5 for 153. England fighting to stay in this test match at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. 5 for 153 as McGrath comes back into the attack.
Yes, he's going to be bowling to Hick. McGrath actually has got Hick out once in this series so far. And that was in Adelaide in the second innings when he was caught off the first ball after lunch. You can see duck 68, 8 duck. So Adelaide was a bad test for him. 39 in the first innings here. And he's out there at the moment on 14 not out. What we might do now is have a look at Graham Hick and how he's got out in each of the test matches. To show you his dismissals. Of course, he didn't play in the Brisbane Test match. His first opportunity arrived in Perth. And he's now going to have to front McGrath. 1 for 36 off 13. Nice little spell for McGrath here before lunch. Right, well, let's first of all start with his dismissal in Perth. Second ball duck it was. He was caught behind by Healy off Gillespie for a duck. This is how it happened. Just watch the shot. He gets caught out behind and it slipped quite a lot. So there we are, a little nick and through to the keeper. And then this one, third slip on the back foot, trying to force it away. Far too well pitched up to be driving away. Ponting taking the catch there out for 68. So 0 and 68 in the first test. And both of those edges flying in the area behind the stumps. Now we then moved on to Adelaide, and of course McGill came into the action there. This was an edge when he was advancing down the pitch. You watch him come down here to try and drive it away. Good delivery and nicely taken by Taylor. Again caught in that slip cordon. That was 8 he made there, and then a very strange shot here. First ball, and he tried to squeeze it out there, and it bounced a little bit and flew in the direction of Ponting off the bowling of McGrath. Unfortunately for Hick, that was a duck as well. Yes, and then of course the first innings here, he miscued a lofted drive, and it was caught by Fleming. He'd played some lovely shots and went for the big one over there, but really tried to hit it just a little bit wide. If he had been hitting that straight, he may have been all right. And that was off the bowling of McGill. Fleming taking the catch at wide mid-on out to 39. So that's been Hick's story throughout this test series.
It doesn't look good on paper, but I still got the feeling he's one of the few Englishmen prepared to take the attack up to the bowlers. He was criticised in the first innings for holding out to McGill. Maybe he should hit it on the ground, but he was after him. He was advancing down the crease. He was prepared to go after the leg spinner. And one day when he gets it right, he's going to do something very special. Hopefully it's today. Conditions are good. Good seeing day. Sun's out. He's on 14. Hussein's on 46. The last of the recognised batsmen at the crease for England. Even his defensive shots there, he's trying to force the ball away. Big man, Graham Hick.
So important. The lead at the moment is 83. If Hick can kick on and make 140, and he's got 100 at the moment, that'll get the lead up to near 200. A bit of support from Hussein and one or two of perhaps Hegg and Goff. I don't think we can expect much from Fraser and Mullally. It could get them up to 250, but it's going to need a big partnership here and another one.
And he gets a result. Flew away, but at least he was hitting the ball hard. Raced away. 4 off the over, 5 for 157.
5 for 157. Yes, every now and again Hick tends to play from the crease of balls that aren't quite there to be forcing through the offside. It's this sort of shot that can go to slip so easy, and McGrath knows it. Just look at this. It bounces there, and that's almost exactly the same as what happened to him in Perth. The ball just going a little wider there, but in Perth he played a shot very similar to that. It just shows you how much homework McGrath does. Just watch this. This is the dismissal again in Perth. Same sort of shot. Forced it away there, and that time it went straight to hand. So he's got to be just a little bit careful outside off stump. Yes, the word on Glenn McGrath is that if you sat him down and you got his full attention, he could go through almost every single one of his dismissals and tell you how he got the batsman out.
Good ball,
And furthermore, he'd elaborate on that a bit and tell you what his plan was for him next time round. So he's a very thoughtful fast bowler, and well, his record speaks for itself. An absolutely wonderful record. Superb fast bowler.
Good bowling again.
Hick trying to get forward. There's the Melbourne Cricket Ground, the railway yards to the left, the gardens to the right.
Hold again, Stewie.
Holiday time in Melbourne. That's the city of Melbourne in the background, the Yarra River on the left, tennis centre just to the left of the famous Melbourne Cricket Ground.
Yes, those are the best railway yards I've ever seen.
It's a type of comment we expect from you just before lunch on the 4th day. Whitman's lightship giving some great shots of Melbourne. McGill continues. It's well bowled by McGill, keeping the ball well up. Interesting spell here, 5 for 158. Good crowd in for the 4th day of this Melbourne Test match. Hussein on 47, once again doing a good job in the middle order. Hick on 18. The lead is 88.
Right, well, Hussein's on strike now. Having given you the bad news on Hick, perhaps we should go through Nasser Hussein. That's his performance so far in this Test series. A better performance than that of Hick. He's played in all the Test matches. He had a good, well, a relatively good first Test. He'd like to have got 100 in one of those knocks. 89 not out in Adelaide, and 41 in the second innings. It was just the whacker that caused him a serious problem. 19 in the first innings here. In the first innings at the Gabba, Kasprowicz got Hussein. He was caught behind, a little bit of movement there, and a faint nick through to the keeper, and that was the end of Hussein in the first innings. And McGill in the second innings, he tried to cut this one, didn't pick the googly. There's one occasion the other day we don't think he picked the googly either, and that one he chopped back onto the stumps. So that's what happened to him in Brisbane. Went across to Perth, and of course it bounces a little bit more over there. McGrath was the man who did the damage. This is what happened. A little nick again, very similar to the first innings in Brisbane, and then in the second innings LBW, and that one just coming back a little bit, and up went the finger. So they then moved on to Adelaide, and he was not out in the first innings in Adelaide.
That's close, is it? Inside edge. Oh, it stayed down. I think it must have been an edge.
Yes, Glenn McGrath is glancing up towards the big board here to see if that in fact did hit the inside edge. I think you'll find it did. There were certainly two noises. He was back, and you've got to be careful here. Playing back on this pitch, just stays down a little bit, nips back nicely. Yeah, the bat was very close to that. And two noises there. They all went up as you'd expect them to. See if we can pick it up with a slightly closer shot. There's the bat coming into the action now, and yeah, off the edge. Almost simultaneously, I suppose. The big question was, did it hit the pad first? Well, there's too much doubt to give him out there. And so he didn't bat in the first innings. He didn't get out in the first innings. He ran out of partners. In the second innings, Miller got him out LBW. Bowling round the wicket. This one pitching and straightening, and that was plumb LBW. That's a good ball from Miller. Up he went, and of course up went the finger eventually. Matthew Nicholson got him in the fourth test. This is it, just outside off stump, and that was his first test wicket. Hussein is the man he got. Caught behind.
It's maiden over. 5 for 158. Hussein on 47, Hick on 18. Stephen Waugh, good save that last delivery in the gully. He's a good gully fieldsman. He's a good fieldsman anywhere, but occupies that position. Steve Waugh features in the cricket show with Simon O'Donnell on the lunch break today, as he talks to Ian Chappell about yesterday's play.
Yes, tremendous innings by Steve Waugh. Be very interesting to hear what he's got to say about it. There were quite a few interesting aspects to it.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, he got that century, and it really seemed to mean quite a lot to him. This is how it happened. He managed to get away down to square leg, and of course he was up in the air as he ran down the pitch. Just watch him, yeah, punches the air. I don't think I've ever seen Steve Waugh do that. He got 100 in each innings in Manchester, and I didn't see him jump up in the air, but there we are. He looked as if he really did enjoy this one, and Ian Chappell will ask him about that reaction. And have a look at that, acknowledging absolutely everyone.
Graham Hick picks up 2 with the sweep shot. So Hick might only average 34, but he's always looking to score. Just like his style at number 6. I think if they gave him an opportunity to settle in the side permanently, he'd do a good job in this position. Sweeps fine here, didn't quite time it.
Oh.
Silly point, slip. The attacking fieldsman for Graham Hick. In a regulation field with a man for McGill at deep point. No ball called.
It's the little leggy not happy about that. Figures of 2 for 49 off 20 overs. He's done so well. He's really warming to this task of bowling leg spin for Australia.
Oh, that's the way to do it. When you get a bad ball, put it away, and he whacks it through square leg. Hick goes to 24, 7 off the over, 5 to 165. Good shot there from the big man Graham Hick. Got a full toss and he gave it the works. Whacked it over square leg. Ran under the gate. That was well timed, and it runs that far up the hill. Hick's moved to 24, Hussein on 47. Didn't quite time that. Good length.
It's just getting back to that shot. There have been a few absolute disasters from England's point of view. Remember Alex Stewart knocking a full toss straight down the deep square leg fieldsman's throat, getting out in Brisbane that way. There have been a few long hops that have been hit straight to fieldsman. That's the way to do it. If you get a loose ball, really smash it. You don't have to force it. It was just about timing and hitting it hard and wide into the outfield. He's a lovely striker of the ball.
It's good delivery, cut back. He's been cutting him back for the first over today, McGrath. That awkward length is short of a good length, not many to drive, not a lot to cut. Rarely is he cut, McGrath. He's always so straight. This one hits, jags back and bounces, hit the back thigh. It's beautifully bowled. Run creeping up, 95 with 5 wickets in hand. Make it 225, and we've got a real test match on our hands. It's well bowled, inside edge again. Good crowd in, Tony. Despite the weather, they've come along to see a good test match.
Oh yes, and the tragedy, of course, was that first day. It looked as if we were going to see a crowd of around about 70,000 here, despite the fact that England are having a tough time in this series. This gives you some idea of the incredible interest in cricket still in this country.
It's a very good over from McGrath. Very important one thing on they survived to the luncheon break. This pair at the wicket.
Yes, a lot of youngsters here as well. This is definitely the time to watch some cricket. Boxing Day Test match in Melbourne. Tremendous crowds flock into this ground.
It's a good shot. It's a cracking shot. Talking about Gray not dropping short. 2 more to Hussein. Goes to 49. Doesn't give you many opportunities to force in that region. It's just a fraction short. Very well played. Good call. 5 for 167. 40-run partnership. Hick's got 24 of the 40. This should be the last over before the luncheon break. McGill to Graham Hick. Sweeps. McGrath around quickly. Got 2 more.
So the lead now moves on to 99. It's just quietly building up there. They really need to go past 200 to have a chance in this game. Plenty of time. And the pitch, of course, the odd one just starting to stay a little low now, and a few cracks beginning to appear. So there'll be a little in it for England if they manage to get a reasonably decent score.
Through again. Good pull shot straight into the ground this time, Graham Hick. Nicholson, the fieldsman. All of a sudden the tempo's quickened with Hick playing some shot, as number 6 should do. Try and take control of the game.
Yes, from England's point of view, it's almost a shame that they've got to go to lunch, because these two are looking pretty settled, and so often a wicket falls after the break. But there we are, only just short of a length. Good punchy shot there, into the gap again. It's a very good shot. Right, Hussein now on 49. Well, that's it. That's his half-century. Made under pressure as well. I think he knows how much responsibility rests on his shoulders. Nasser Hussain has got to 50. He's 3rd in the series. Wouldn't he love a century? Start all over again.
Yeah, she showed a lot of courage in the series without really dominating. Hick this time down to McGrath, only the single. All of a sudden McGill loses a bit of line and length when Hick's at the crease. He's prepared to hit him occasionally, particularly on the onside. Army a little bit vocal now. These two players lifting the run rate.
Yes, the Barmy Army has been just a little quiet this morning, but perhaps the fact that the lead has just gone past 100 is stirring them down there a little bit. I suppose that, plus the fact that I suppose I've had a chance to have a few beers down there.
How was that?
Lunch, it's 5 for 174. Hussein on 50, Hick on 30. 38 overs bowled in the session, 109 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. A good rate of 2.86. So England lead by 104 with 5 wickets in hand. So what will happen this afternoon, only time will tell, but I'm very impressed with Hick and Hussein. This could be a big partnership.
The Australians worked very hard out there, but there is still work to be done. 200 would be a very interesting target to have to chase on the final day. At the moment the lead is 104. In the commentary box for the start of this second session, Tony Gregg, and with him Ian Chappell.
Thank you, Richie. Yes, this is going to be quite interesting now. The Australians have obviously had a little bit of a chat during the lunch break, and they've come out straight away with a bit of a strategy for Hick in particular. We'll see what happens when Hussein gets down that end, but there's 2 men in the deep on the leg side, so a deep square leg back there. May not be that they're going to bowl him a bouncer, perhaps they're trying to get him out at slip. quite often in situations like this, you put a man down there just to give the batsman something to think about, take his mind off the job, as it were. We've shown you how Hick, on occasions, tries to force balls that are just a little bit too full and just outside off stump, and he's been out caught behind and caught it slip in that fashion in this series. But this is the man at square leg in the foreground, right, well, not quite on the boundary, about 20 odd metres in from the fence, and there's one at about 45 degrees as well. Just giving Hick something to think about if he wants to play his pull shot.
He needs to be a little careful ducking, because that one didn't bounce too much. He got low, but it went over the top of his back. That can happen here at the MCG. The ball starts to stay down a little bit. Nowhere near as much as it used to. Tony Ware, I think that's been one of the big improvements, probably two big improvements. Extra bounce in the pitch in the early days of the game, and less of the shooters as the game goes on.
Yes, this is a look at the pitch before play this morning. One or two little cracks starting to open up there, but have a look at the surface at about 15 feet out, right about that area there where the fast bowlers pitch. Absolutely wonderful. That's good running. Yes, the spinner's length is somewhere between 7 and 8 foot, and that's just a little further than some of that rough stuff. And the seamers tend to pitch around about the 14, 15 foot mark. That's 15 foot from the popping crease, and that particular area is pretty good.
I guess those distances are going to change. They would be a different distance for an English batsman compared with some Australian players.
Yeah, and I think some of the different techniques. If a guy's going to be playing back a lot, you're obviously going to be pitching it up a little bit more. But just in general, and based on a batsman playing forward, that's that one hits him on the pad, but only a half-hearted appeal there. Yes, so that 8 foot mark seems to be around about the area if a batsman was playing forward, just out of his reach, and assuming, of course, that he's not using his feet. And all those things can change that. But this length here, McGrath, that delivery there, which is a good one actually, just nip back a little bit. That's about 14 feet from the popping crease.
Glenn McGrath's pretty consistent in hitting that sort of length as well. Unless he's trying to york a batsman, you don't get too many half volleys from Glenn McGrath. It's rare that he gets driven. Because he is bowling just short of a length, the guys who play him off the back foot probably in better shape than those who try and come forward to him.
Well, the first over after the lunch break finished without incident. 5 for 176. The 61 overs have been bowled so far by the Australians, and England have made 5 for 176. Stewart looked as if he might be on his way to another century in this Test match, but he was out, caught by Slater off the bowling of McGill, just pushed forward. A bit of a candidate on the bat pad front, Alex Stewart. So it's going to be Nicholson now, 1 for 32 off 9, and he's been brought on at the southern end.
He's picked up a wicket in each innings, Matthew Nicholson. And the thing that will please him is the fact that he's got a batsman in each innings. It was Nasser Hussein in the first, Ramprakash in the second. Always nice to get a batsman's scalp rather than a tail ender.
This ball is starting to get a little old now. It's around about this time you normally find a little bit of reverse swing creeping in, if it's going to creep in at all. So we might just keep an eye out for that. Hick on strike.
Graham Hick is the sort of batsman who likes to hit a lot of boundaries. He's hit 4. He's a very powerful striker of the ball, but important also that they keep pushing around the singles. He's scored the majority of the runs in the 50 partnership, Graham Hick, 31. He's always likely to be the major scorer in a partnership because of his ability to hit boundaries. Nasser Hussein hasn't done too badly in the boundary department. 6 in his half century, and the 50 coming in just 60 minutes, so it's been a good partnership. Hick in particular scoring at a very good rate.
Way down the leg side, and once again Nicholson has flicked the stumps. I never mind seeing that. It's an indication that the bowler's getting pretty close, and it's always good to be close to those stumps. Makes such a difference.
And those fingers are starting to hurt a little bit. He's done it a few times now. On this occasion he takes both bails off. That probably caused him to bowl such a wayward delivery. It is starting to hurt a bit.
Bang on target. That's the last ball of the over. 5 for 177. Well, that's the situation here. A few clouds beginning to roll in now. They look just a little bit threatening, although they're quite high. Very little wind around either. It's just the flag's hardly moving. One or two little bits of blue out there, but quite not a lot of quite heavy cloud rolling in. That's the view down over the city. We've had quite a lot of wind here in Melbourne, but today the flag's hardly registering any breeze at all.
That was a different method used by Graham Hick on that occasion to avoid the short pitch delivery, much like the method that Alex Stewart uses. Hick has obviously decided with the 2 men out that he's going to just avoid the short pitch delivery. Previous time he went down very low, ball passed over the top of his back. On that occasion it was just a bending at the knees, kept his eye on the ball all the way.
Yes, he's not happy about that, Glenn McGrath, just creeping over that front line again.
You can imagine the frustration. It's, well, it's only a centimetre or so. So when you run good 20, 25 metres every time, and occasionally get no ball for just a centimetre or two, must be very frustrating.
Yes, I think he was a little frustrated as well with the fact that Hussein wasn't ready for him. When he turned around at the top of his run last time round, there's really no excuse for that. Fast bowler bowling. It's one thing having your side use up so much time to bowl their overs, but when you start affecting the other side, then that's bad news. England really have been absolutely hopeless with their over rate. Australia are very good.
Yes, I think that's symptomatic of England's cricket at the moment. The fact that they are so tardy. Their over rate yesterday was abysmal, and it probably tells you that things aren't well organised on the field. You don't have Mark Taylor wasting a lot of time not knowing where the field is going to be placed. There's no wastage of time, and Australia are always giving the impression that they want to get at the batsman, get him out. It was always Richie Benaud's theory that the more balls you bowled in a day, more chances you had of taking a wicket.
Yes, Glenn McGrath is getting a little steamed up out there now. He was ready to let that one rip. Had he picked it up. Just watch his follow through here. Goes down after the ball, ready to pick it up and let it rip down the other end.
What amuses me is that the batsmen jump out of the way. I mean, the batsmen in most cases are back around their crease. Don't know why they're jumping out of the way.
Yes, I'd be almost encouraging him to throw the thing. 5 for 178. 5 for 178. Hick on 31, Hussein 50. In the air, and he's hit it straight to cover point. Well, that's suicide. Short, outside off stump. A cut shot played in the air. And that's the end of Hussein. Slater was in the way. Nicholson has struck again.
Third catch for Michael Slater. The ball's following him a bit in this innings. He's been in a variety of positions, and he's taken all sorts of catches. Nasser Hussain once again falls after having done all the hard work, hitting a short ball straight to Michael Slater. Disappointing for him again that he's out with just 50 on the board, and England are in trouble at 6 for 178.
So Warren Hegg has arrived at the crease, and that heralds the arrival of the England tail, and we all know what happens when the England tail turns up. Absolutely nothing. Nothing in terms of runs anyhow. Will this be a little different today? Nicholson all of a sudden looks as if he wants to get amongst this tail, and in this series you've had to be quick.
Nasser Hussain does have a tendency to pin his ears back a bit when he gets one short outside off stump and try and really hit it hard. On this occasion the weight was just falling back a little bit, perhaps caused him to hit it in the air. Michael Slater, he's been at bat pad, silly mid off, now at point for his catches, and he's grabbed them all well.
Yes, well, Nicholson, the bowler here, just held it back a little bit and made it go away a bit, and got him.
Did seem as though the way he was indicating the grip that it may have been a delivery that he was trying to hold back a little bit. Matthew Nicholson, one that got rid of Nasser Hussein. Seemed to be the normal delivery. You see there how Hussein throws his weight back as he plays that cut shot. Tries to hit it perhaps a little too hard.
Bails off again down the bowler's end, and that one straight low. That didn't bounce at all. That's the sort of delivery, if it's on target, can cause batsman problems.
Yes, this is fairly typical of the MCG. You used to get a lot more of those. Tony Ware has done a good job in eradicating a lot of the shooters, but still the odd one is there, and the batsman must be aware of it.
Yes, well, you get a bit of applause for that over. Another wicket down. England 6 for 178. 6 for 178. All right, a lot depends on Hick now. I wonder whether he'll go back to his strategy in the first innings, where one distinctly got the impression that he felt that he had to lift his scoring rate a little bit because the tail had arrived. Obviously, it's a little different at the moment because there's no leg spinner on, but he certainly gave the impression he was going to get stuck right in to McGill, and did on a couple of occasions before he got out.
This must be a nightmare situation for the England batsman who is left with the tail, having to make such a drastic adjustment, or think about making a drastic adjustment to your batting. Normally you would only start to think about that at probably the earliest number 10, usually just for number 11. Comes a bit earlier in the England innings. On this occasion he's got one less behind him because Headley was used as a night watchman. There's even more urgency required.
Well bowled. Well bowled. Just outside off stump, and every now and again this is what Hick does. He gets himself into a little trouble just outside that off stump, and you can see he wasn't happy with that shot. Let's have a look at the line of the delivery here.
McGrath has that ability to bowl a good off cutter, and that's why you'll occasionally get the right-handers playing a little more outside off stump, because they're not sure it's the one that's going to nip back.
As he steered that one through the gully area, and will end up looking for the third, yes, and getting 3. Yes, it just worries me. It just seems to me that every now and again it's a certain length. It's a length that really is between playing forward and back, and he sort of stands there and has a half-hearted go at it. Definitely out in Brisbane that way. There's Brisbane and Perth. Now then, Glenn McGrath just loves cleaning this tail up. He's bowling to Hegg. Three from the over. 6 for 181. 6 for 181. The lead now 111. 4 wickets in hand. Good shot. That's the way the cut shot should be played, along the ground.
Is Graham Hick getting well and truly on top of that one? Keeping it away from Michael Slater as well. Michael Slater now has to get the white cricketing hat off and get the helmet on and head into the bat pad position. He's certainly been the mobile fieldsman in this innings.
Runs for Hick.
Michael Slater has been at short leg or bat pad to take a catch. He's been at silly mid-off. That was the Alex Stewart catch. You see the umpire nodding there, and that was the one where he caught it in the midriff after Butcher swept it very firmly.
Oh, that's well bowled. Must have been very close to the edge.
Michael Slater took his third catch, fielding at point. Nasser Hussein slapping that one straight to him. We just saw Matthew Nicholson's second wicket in this innings. His first one, he clean bowled Mark Ramprakash, just clipped the top of the off bail. Very good off cutter. And just look at the competitive Ian Healy. He wasn't going to let that one get past him, even though he knew the batsman was out. He was still going to do everything to catch it. Probably an indication of the concentration of the Australian wicketkeeper. He was up there making sure that the ball wasn't going to get past him.
It's well played. Right behind it. No run. 5 for 186. 6 for 186. 6 for 186. Lead by 116 now. And we're going to see a change here. Taylor just trying something slightly different. He's had McGill bowling mainly from the Great Southern stand end. He's now going to give him a little run from the members end and see if he can find something a little bit extra down that end.
I think it might also have a little bit to do with the umpires. He's had a few LBWs turned down, bowling probably what he thought was the skidding top spinner. He had them turned down by Steve Bucknor. He got one in the first innings out of umpire Darrell Harper. Maybe he's going with the umpire rather than the end. And maybe this is the reason why Stuart McGill's having a crack at the members' end. In the first innings, he got rid of Alan Mullally to finish off the innings, the skidding top spinner, and he got the decision there from umpire Harper.
Well, he's certainly going to ask him the question. Absolutely blank look from him down there. A little bit hard to see what the eyes are doing, but dead still.
Bowler. Line out me.
Graham Hick was looking for 2 there, and I think he's disappointed that his partner didn't come back. Justin Langer had a long throw to make. He hasn't got a strong arm. Hick just played it slowly, I'm sure, so he could get 2. He was off for 2 all the way. Justin Langer knew which end to throw it to. He was going for Haig's end.
Starts due.
He doesn't read the wrist spinner at all, Warren Haig, not judging by his performance at Bell Reeve, where he had all sorts of trouble with Michael Bevan. So I think the Australians are quite happy to have him on strike.
Batting that one away, so just a single off that over from the leg spinner. It's 6 for 187. 6 for 187. Hick's moved to 38. Nicholson's going to continue bowling over the wicket. Hick's on strike, and in the commentary box now, Bill Lawrie and Richie Barrow.
Thank you, Tony. Full shot. There's a man out there. Hick's looked in very good touch today. He's played pace and spin equally well. 4 boundaries in his 40. He's the last of the recognised batsmen, and badly needs a big 100 here. That's well played. Hard to ground. Big, strong man, strong bottom hand. Answer's fine, just a single. Good afternoon, Richie.
Afternoon, Bill. We've still got a bit of a game going on here. 120 the lead. England need about another 50 or 60 to make it interesting. But, we've seen it happen before. You know what little problems can occur with a side batting last. 5-day-old pitch.
Rarely with this side, though. Under Mark Taylor, they don't normally have their little chases. They lose 2 or 3 wickets, but they normally do it very well. Target of 230 would be very interesting on the last day. There's enough in this pitch now to encourage the medium-fast bowlers. The difference is the accuracy of McGrath and even Nicholson on debut. They're much straighter than England. And that's the key.
I think the minimum they would want is 170 as target, ending up to 220, 230. Now that would be very interesting, but there is the chance of a tight finish. Army hope so.
Nicholson's been very impressive today. His line's been superb. Rarely does he get down the leg side. Once or twice he's hit the stumps with his hand, but they're very good figures. He's quite sharp. He's not express, but he's round about the McGrath pace. About the same type of bowler as well.
Yes, he'll have learnt quite a bit from the first innings, and he'll have been helped by the experienced players in the side like McGrath and the others, the Wars and Mark Taylor, the skipper, about the method of bowling on this pitch.
It's a good shot. Under and over. Well played.
Played quite deliberately, didn't try to keep it down, deliberately hit it on the up. .194 for 6 wickets now. Yes, Nicholson will have been helped. He was quite a bit down the leg side in the first innings, nerves and not quite being certain of precisely what he wanted to do. But he will have been helped by players and by his own experience.
Seven runs off the over. That's a good one for England. 6 for 194. Pitch still looking quite firm. A little bit of rough with the follow through for the bowlers, but nice mat of grass down the centre of the pitch. For Hick, Mark Taylor has given the big spinner 2 defensive fieldsmen in the deep, 1 at deep backward square leg. It's the man down there, and also 1 at mid-wicket. And one of the dangers for Graham Hick is he's not playing on a county ground here. That man at mid-wicket, it's a big hit. He's hit a massive 6 already on this ground, but we've seen many a player caught in that region trying to clear that boundary in the deep. That's a long hit. Plenty of singles on the leg side now, just the mid-on straight, and the man there for the sweep. See Hick missing this. Didn't stay down at the rough, I guess.
Good bowling.
Mark Taylor's really prepared to give Hick a single here. He's got a deep point, deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket, deep mid-off, deep mid-on. Only really the silly point and the slip in a defensive position or attacking position. Oh, nearly bowled around his legs. Plenty of pad there. Turn at the rough. It's a cracking shot. That's a good shot. 4 runs off the over. 6 for 198. Graham Hick batting at number 7 because the night watchman's moved to 45. It was a cracking for that last shot off the back foot. Well, he did hit it into the gap with tremendous power and timing.
Waiting. Run now.
Misfield, they take a single.
It's quite a firmly played stroke. It was in the last over from Stuart McGill. Graham Hick gets himself over the top of the ball there, plays it very, very nicely. Always waits for it, he's never hurrying it too much.
Oh, on the toe, that hurt. They do hurt when you get them on the full. If it's inside the instep, brings up to 200 for 6.
.130 the lead. Another 40 for what I reckon is the minimum they need. Give them a lead of 170. It's just missing leg stump, but not by much. Just drifting, just angled a fraction. Just enough that the umpire couldn't be certain. There was a slightly muted appeal. Now Hick to face Nicholson.
Gone again. There's a man at third man. Does well. It's good running as well. Good cricket. Good shot, good fielding, good running.
Gill got across to that reasonably well. We know that he's got a little bit of a twinge in a hamstring. It's a good save. And they came back for the second.
Toyota banner competition on again today. Poor old tailenders. I'd like to see one make a big score. Hick's just starting to find the middle of the bat here against pace. Looking quite confident. A lot of work there in the Toyota banner competition. $500 cash and a cricket kit worth $1,000 to the winner of this competition each day. Nicholson charging in from the southern end. He's gone for it again. Third man, it's coming around, he's got it. Yes, he has. Goal caught. Nicholson picks up another wicket. McGill takes the catch. The fly slip working for Mark Taylor.
Yeah, just give Taylor some credit there, because he didn't have McGill down on the boundary, pulled him in after that last shot and placed him good 30 metres in from the boundary. Not quite a fly slip, but it was good, and Nicholson bowled it just right, gave Hick the chance to play it away there. McGill was round. That's a good catch. It was getting down very, very quickly on him. That's nice cricket. He's having a good match, Stuart McGill. 7 for 202.
Darren Goff with an average of 11's got a big job to do. Because Hick's 45 not out at the other end. Hick batting very well, has lost Warren Hick. It was really a bit of a three-card trick there. He went 3 times over the slip cord in the air. Taylor put the third man in, and at 30 metres in from the fence, and McGill took a fine catch. It's pulled nicely, not picked up, that's 4. There's 3 men in the deep. He split that beautifully, he goes to 49.
That's one of the few really bad balls McGill has bowled. Didn't get up at all once it pitched.
Oops. Maybe trying to glide it away for a single. Warren Hick slashed it. Matthew Nicholson, watching go under it, whiffs it intentionally. And there's McGill charging around to his left. Very good catch. 50 for Hick.
That's a good knock by Graham Hick. Half century for him. He's produced some runs when they've been needed. He's also got out in disappointing fashion occasionally, but that is good. 50 from 72 balls.
Which is excellent. That's the way number 6 should bat. Doug Walters, when Gary Sabers is batting at 6, they come out and they try and take control.
Oh.
Now, Nicholson's got 3 on debut. He could get a 5 wicket haul here with a bit of luck. Slashes that away, and Taylor had the man well in from the ropes. Well caught by McGill. Nicholson 3 for 47.
Like it.
Surely Darren Goff will fight and fight here to survive. Give as much strike as possible to Hick. Silly point, short leg, slip. Full toss, gets off the mark with a single. 6 off the over, 7 for 208. England 7 for 208. Fraser and Mullally to come. 350s, but no big scores there for the Englishmen so far. Nicholson to continue to Darren Goff. So 2 slips and a gully in for Goff. Well played. Gives a strike to Graham Hick, the Toyota banner competition. Very popular, and the Victorians, like all the young fans around the country, have worked very hard to win the $500 plus the cricket kit worth $1,000. Great boost for any junior club. It's not bad. Good shot. Punts it firmly down through mid-off. It's a beautiful time with the ball. He might have a few technical problems, but when he's hot, he's hot.
And all these runs will have the England players in the dressing room on the edges of their chairs. They'll be counting everything, just looking and thinking, is this going to be enough? Well, it's not at the moment. But there's no telling what will happen if they can get that lead we were talking about, minimum of 170, and anything from there up to about 220.
It's a strange appeal. He seemed to be a long way from that. And the umpire suggesting he's running down the wicket. A warning for Matthew Nicholson.
Nicholson gets in very close. We know he does because he keeps, not all the time, but occasionally hitting the stumps with his bowling hand. So you know that he's in very, very close. Now he'll need to be careful of both the umpires.
Yes, you must get off as quickly as possible. Probably inexperience showing he runs straight through and straight down the pitch here. Umpire Steve Buckner was very fair. He talks quietly to the players.
Well, you can see the footmarks there, some of them getting into around about the line of leg stump. Now that is just outside. And there is a danger area where the bowler's not allowed to transgress. Very good reason for that, because if there's a spinner at the other end, he can aim into the footmarks and get excessive spin.
Nicholson's bowling to an informed Graham Hick. 7 boundaries. Some good pull shots. A couple of lovely drives straight and through cover. It's a good innings. Only faced 76 deliveries for his 54. That's a wonderful scoring rate. It's gone for it. He's got it away. It looked uncomfortable, but it's gone for 4. 9 off the over, 7 for 217. Hick's race to 58. Interesting shot, that last one. It appears that Matthew Nicholson caught him out with the bouncer. The lead 147 now for England. Yes, he just threw it away, didn't he? Survival there, but he got enough bat on it to whip it away for 4.
The other aspect of that delivery, apart from Graham Hick playing it without looking at the ball, he was a bit of self-preservation there, but still got off the meat of the bat. The other aspect of it was that Nicholson was again in very, very close to the line of the stumps.
Good bowling.
That danger area, the area where the little white marks are there, That is, as you look at your screen, to the left of the spot where the other footmarks are, so it means that he's got in too close again.
Darren Gough's been around a while. Just have to try and just keep it out. His natural game is to hit the ball, but he's got a man at the other end on 58. So just try and work the ball for singles if possible. He does it on this occasion. In fact, he's going to look for 2. Hick played very well in the second innings at the whacker. And he got 68. I think this has been a better innings today. He's controlled the strike a bit. Darren Gough's highest score is 65. This is the last ball of the McGill over, so Hick will be very keen to get a single or a 3 if possible. Lets it go. It's the over bowled. 7 for 218. England 7 for 218. Damien Fleming. Wisely, Mark Taylor's taking Matthew Nicholson out of the attack for a period. Not even bowling from the other end. Getting in very close to the danger area. The last thing a young bowler wants on debut is to be taken off because he's running in that area too often.
When that law relating to damaging the pitch with one bowler running down too close to the line of the stumps was drawn up, it was in the modern measurement. It used to be 4 feet in front of the batting crease or popping crease. And that recently has been increased to 5 feet. And the danger area, which must be protected from damage, is 5 feet from the popping crease and a foot out either side of the middle stump. So there's 2 little white marks there, are the ones that apply. Yes, those 2 little white spots there. And an area, there's also 2 little spots, one just there and the other one just there, a foot either side of the middle stump. And they draw a rectangle. It's an imaginary rectangle, but it is known as the danger area.
Oh, Hick, tall and strong, defiant at the moment, playing a fine knock. Can he do a Steve Waugh and go on and get a big 100 if the tail survives?
Those little white marks I was talking about, they are listed in the playing conditions of this tour, and they've been the playing conditions of every other test series for the moment. And then they'll become part of the laws of cricket a bit later on. That's scheduled by the ICC. So the situation is that when the home country draws up the playing conditions, as the Australian Cricket Board has done here, that figure is changed from the old 4 feet to the new 5 feet.
No!
7 for 220.
Melbourne Cricket Ground, what a wonderful sight from the Whitman's lightship. city of Melbourne. We have a match on our hands. England 7 for 220. They're 150 runs in front. Only have 3 wickets in hand. That mightn't take long. It hasn't the whole series. And just a message to all our viewers: the Taylor joins Bradman print has been sold out. And no more phone calls. Unfortunately, the 1500 have been sold. Just the single there for Graham Hick. That's what we're seeing from above, the Whitman's lightship. And there it is, where all those beautiful pictures are coming from. I'm glad that breeze has died down a touch. The boys might be covering a test at Wellington.
Catch!
And a chance, a big appeal. Out. Bell Harper has given Darren Goff out. He wasn't too happy. The Australians, they rejoice.
It certainly hits the foot. Goff doesn't look too impressed with it. I'm sure Graham Hick was. Hard to tell, but if it's hit the bat, it's definitely a catch and out.
Toe, bat, out, read the book. Gone. Goff 4, 8 for 221. Angus Fraser is the new man at the crease, replacing Darren Goff. Had a good look around on his walk out to the middle. I hope he took it all in, because if we take form into account, he won't be there for long. This is why he's there.
It's actually a very good decision, this. Watch the ball onto the inside edge and then just hit the foot and loop up. There you go. That is a very good decision. Michael Slater seems to follow him. There it is on the inside edge. I should think Darren Goff would have known. You like those at short leg.
Oh, good bowling.
Competently played. 8 for 221. Graham Hick on 60. His partner is Angus Fraser, and his next will be Alan Mullally. The suggestions in the commentary box is he better get on with it. Better get on with the walk-off.
Well, he was trying to get on with it, wasn't he? It's a good ball in that situation. Yorker. And, well, I have to say, it was a brave effort, but not a pleasant situation to be in, is it? And from Australia's point of view, Alan Mullally coming to the wicket. Hurst record could be in danger. It's a good delivery. Graham Hick, of course, trying to get on with it. Full Yorker, just drifting in a little bit. Intelligent bowling. Graham Hick goes for 60. England now 221 for 9.
One, two, three, four, 5. Most impressive there, probably the DNB. 4 top score. One more duck to Alan Mullally. Goes in the record books. Some excited spectators behind that sign. And here we go. On left. brought the crowd to life. Allen's taking it in his stride.
Just a little bit of reverse swing there. Intelligent bowling. Good pace as well. Look that leg stump out the ground.
Brings the Barmy Army to their feet. Alan Mullally is 1 not out. Fraser also gets off the mark. .154 the lead now for England.
Sure that Angus Fraser picked the slower ball there.
I think, Ian, you've got to give him some credit. A lot of experience. He knew exactly where he was putting this. He knew the cover fieldsman was something like 15 or 20 metres away, and he only wanted to hit it 10. Runs and a wicket, 9 for 226. England 156 runs in front. 1 wicket in hand. Alan Mullally takes strike to Stuart McGill. He's off the mark. He's 1 not out. And he's clubbed one. Alan Mullally has taken time, but he's showing some brilliant form.
Well, the crowd enjoyed it. Well, I think that's probably his best policy. Scratching around is not going to achieve anything. Just there, have a go.
I think it's a fair policy because we haven't seen him get out to any aggressive strokes really in any of the Test matches.
Well, I suppose you could say that he was trying to be aggressive in Perth when he got bamboozled by that slower ball. I presume that's what he was trying to do.
Side of it is, I know England would like another 50, if not 100 runs, obviously, but there's a game on.
Well, they have to think back to yesterday afternoon, don't they? They should have had another 100 runs.
He's done it again. Not as well timed. Yield 3. It's the side of Alan Mullally we haven't seen. Showing it on his facial expressions, but he'll definitely be enjoying it.
Good old-fashioned mow.
From that McGill over, 9 for 234. Last wicket for England. 9 for 234, 164 runs in front. Mark Taylor, Damien Fleming, they want to end this partnership as quick as possible. One of the few times the England tail has wagged just a little bit. Or 30 more runs would be so handy. Whether they're capable is the big question mark.
McGrath loosening up, doesn't surprise me, that last over. You'll feel there's a wicket here for the taking, if he gets a chance.
You can see in Healy there clapping his hands and giving the bowler some encouragement. That's one thing I didn't think we saw yesterday when Steve Waugh and Stuart MacGill were scoring their runs. It just didn't seem the character or the enthusiasm to help out. They wanted something to happen instead of make it happen.
And the problem throughout the tour, though, isn't it, Scrooge? What happened is England play well for a session or two sessions, but it's keeping it going for that whole day, and they seem to have one bad session, and that at this level you cannot do. And that session yesterday, England should have had a lead yesterday, and that extra 100 runs, instead of being 70 down, they should have been plus 30. It's a hard battle then.
Kangaroo, Angus Fraser's bat. Not picking that slower ball well at all. 9 for 234. Alan Mullally to take strike. Won't be due to Stuart MacGill. It'll be to Glenn McGrath. Fought some battles during this Ashes series. Glenn McGrath will be happy to reignite the flame. 1 for 48 from his 19 overs. I'd like to make that 2 and do it as quick as possible. Two slips. Find a gully, or a fifth slip you might say, then a gully, a point mid-off. McGrath to Mullally.
Just Angus found it amusing anyway, but he would, he's at the other end.
Just hope this doesn't put Allen off his game. He's played well so far. He's on 8.
Well, I just hope the England bowlers are watching this, because the way they got into the Australian tail was pretty pathetic. And I think that they should take a note of this. There's not an inch given, there's not one expected, and they're going to get into them, get hard with them. And I think that's a lesson they ought to learn.
I think it's a key to the success of this Australian team. And Ian's very right in what he says. They do not give an inch, no matter what situation the game's in. Wonderful battle here. Glenn McGrath was dismissed yesterday by Alan Mullally. Came round, the wicket was a nasty bouncer. Can't help but think there's a fair square up on. And that's as animated as I've ever seen the English quick bowler. He's actually enjoying it.
I think he's woken up.
Beautifully timed. Down to the fence for 4.
And enjoying it. So he should. I think he might have been expecting that ball up. It's actually, it's not a bad shot, is it?
Here I say he's done it again. 8 from the over, 9 for 242. Nine for 242 England. The tail wagging a little. Mullally's taken to Glenn McGrath. Fleming will continue. He's bowling to Angus Fraser. He's stayed in his shell so far. He's enjoyed what he's seen from the non-striker's end. I think the role of Angus Fraser now is really one of support. Make sure he holds his wicket intact. He's on 5, but his partner is taking all before him on 16. It's a high score in Test cricket of 24. Possibly 2 if they hurry, and they will. will be interesting. We've spoken about the support for the bowlers and the fieldsmen keeping their head up, concentrating on dismissing the tail. This went on for a little longer. Good to see Australia's reaction, how they cope with this. Well played, fulfilled his role, 9 for 244. Mark Taylor and Glenn McGrath having a chat about the wise way of getting this final wicket. It's brought about a change in the field. The short leg gully is being dispatched to mid-on. Alan Mullally, who's taking strike. Still have a man in there at bat pad. Seeing no reason to have a leg gully involved. Alan Mullally has shown an instinct to step away to that shorter delivery of Glenn McGrath's. Glenn McGrath, Alan Mullally, the fight has gone on for the series. They've battled hard. That was the first delivery the last over. That was the second. Third was dangerous. Fourth played beautifully. And then bang. It was the fifth. He's tried it again. It's straight up in the air. There could be a collision. Both Glenn McGrath, also Michael Slater. The ball's followed Michael Slater. No wonder he wanted it. Glenn McGrath wanted to do the job himself. He's done it well. Full credit to Alan Mullally. He didn't die wondering out there. He's added some important runs to the English score.
Well, he's got 16 runs. And who knows? It could be very, very valuable at the end of the day. He's gone for it. He's better off doing that. I thought he was going to get away with it here. At the big collision on the cards. Michael Slater. You can't get knocked over by a pitch. And Mullally's gone for 16. England all out for 244.
And welcome back around Australia to this situation where the Australians will be coming out in just a few moments, just to confirm that England are all out for 244 from 80.2 overs, and the wickets shared for the Australian bowlers. McGrath and Nicholson and Fleming and McGill all did well. McGrath 2 wickets, Fleming 2, Nicholson 3, and McGill 3 for 81 from 27 overs and 3 maidens. 175 to win for the Australians, 10 wickets in hand, and England a chance of getting themselves into the situation where they can square the series. They must win this match. Draw is no good to them. Now then, we've had quite a dramatic day here. We've had 3 wonderful days, or almost 3 wonderful days, with some brilliant batting, bowling and fielding, and there were 7 wickets fell today, and 5 of them, to my mind, were the result of brilliant cricket by the Australians. Now, we started off with the night watchman being knocked over by McGrath. That was a wonderful delivery, cut back, and then Nicholson has got one through Mark Ramprakash, a similar delivery. Then fine captaincy by Taylor has Slater out there at point for Hussein, and then Hick has found McGill positioned 30 yards inside the boundary there for that slice catch, and this one, what a beauty. A lovely, fast, in-swinging Yorker from local boy Damien Fleming. And those 5 wickets I thought were quite outstanding. Good cricket from the Australians. England fought hard, but they weren't able to get through. They weren't able to keep going with their partnerships. And you had several quite good ones, including for the last wicket, Angus Fraser and Alan Mullally, who put on 23 runs that might turn out to be priceless in the end. Mark Taylor and Michael Slater out there to start the Australian chase. 45 overs remaining. For the Australians to get the runs, they've got to score at 60 runs per 100 balls and that will not be easy. Darren Gough just about to start proceedings out there. In the commentary box, Bill Laurie and Tony Greig for what could be a very dramatic last session.
Thank you, Richie. Good afternoon all. Yes, well, this is what Test cricket's all about. 175 runs on the board, England. Slater failed in the first innings. It's going to be Darren Gough from the members' end. 4 slips of gully, a bat pad in this time. Good first delivery right on line. Very good effort by the Australians once again to bowl England out cheaply for 244. 270 in the first innings, so the Australian bowlers have done their job. And can the batsmen take them to a 3-0 lead in the series? There's the slip cordon. Bat pad, gully, point, mid-off. Bit of crowd cover, which will encourage Gough with maybe a bit of outswing. It's been a fine, mild day in Melbourne. A good test match. Wickets falling all the time. Some excellent bowling today, I thought, from McGrath early on, McGill, Nicholson and Fleming. They all applied a lot of pressure to the England batting lineup. Well, good afternoon, Tony Greig.
Afternoon, Bill. Yes, this is going to be interesting now. Interesting to see what the strategy is here, both on the part of the Australians and indeed England. Obviously, from England's point of view, they've got to keep a relatively attacking field going here because they really have to get some wickets. Obviously, if Australia get off to a good start, that's going to be a big blow. So they've started with 4 slips and a gully. Pretty attacking offside field there, those slips, all 4 of them, hoping to latch on to a catch or 2 early on.
Darren Gough troubled Michael Slater in the first innings with his pace. Caught him in front, plumb LB, the full pitch delivery. So they'll try and force Slater back and maybe get one to swing in from off to leg within swinging Yorker. He's the key for England, one feels, and I hope that Stewart gives the ball to Mullally so maybe he can swing 1 or 2 early on. The tall left-hander. It'll be a very interesting situation to see who he bowls from the southern end.
Yes, I agree with that. You've got to give the ball, I think, to the guy that's going to swing it a bit for you. And the fact that he's a left-hander also creates a bit of an extra problem. There he is, down on the boundary. Didn't play too badly today, much better than he's performed in the past, so perhaps this is his day.
Oh, well, how was that? That could turn a test match. He went for it, it just went over the head of Butcher, maybe a finger to it. 4 runs on the board. No luck at all for Gough. It's an 1 for 4. England needed an early wicket. They nearly had it.
Yes, well, it would have taken some catching. This is the thing about Slater. He has a go. When he hits them, he really has a go at them. And that one going through, well, it's slow getting up there. You've got to be ready to go up on pitches like this one. And he just seemed a little bit slow. Couldn't really pick up whether there was a nick on the fingers or not, but it didn't go as quickly at first as I thought it was going to go.
It's going to be Dean Headley sticking with the game plan. Alex Stewart, fast medium seam bowler. I thought that Butcher was late going for that catch. That's a good start by Taylor. Bad delivery first up. Good over at the other end. He drops in short. They should almost run 4 here. Taylor's happy with 3. Let's have another look at that catch. Just watch Stewart. He's at 4th slip after the ball goes through. I think he's a little bit disappointed there wasn't more hand on this attempted catch here.
Yes, it's always going to be in the air, and you can see he's almost still on the ground there. So really was late. There's no doubt about that. That's the sort of break they need.
There's another 4. Bounce it. Slater slashing as he normally does. Got a glove or a bat to that and raced away.
Well, that's a bit unlucky from England's point of view. He went for the hook shot there, Slater, and there was definitely an opportunity. Had it been a feinter, Nick, it just a little bit too much bat or glove, whatever it was, took it just over the keeper's head. But this was a pretty good bouncer, actually, right at Slater, and you can see there, yes, just gets the glove. And, well, how far was it away? A couple of metres, perhaps.
These are quick runs, and that's what Australia needs. England have got to keep it tight. Goff's first over was superb. All of a sudden there's 12 on the board and hasn't really been a positive stroke apart from Taylor's full shot.
Some positive running here, though. A little stutter there from Slater, but Fraser the fieldsman, so there's not much chance of a run out there. So no wicket for 12 already.
Well, we've gone from Dean Headley. He's an expensive bowler at all times. He's an attacking bowler. Doesn't have got the control you need to keep it tight and keep the pressure on. It's well run.
So keep looking for Head to get into the frame. If Taylor can run what is tantamount to 20 metres, surely Head can get to the wicket.
Big shout, big shout. Umpire Steve Buckner looks down the pitch. England behind the wicket, they're all up. Slater, LBW on the first innings.
Yes, he was forward there, and well, was there any bat? Let's see if we can pick it up. It goes back a long way, I think probably outside the line. Oh, don't know about that. That was pretty close. Oh, there must have been an inside edge here. See if we can pick it up. Oh yes, a little bit of bat. Good decision.
9 runs off the over. 1 for 14. Good crowd in for the 4th day's play. It was good over for Australia. 9 runs off the bat and a leg by. And Goff's got to do something special now. Almost a wicket in his first over. He'll keep the ball up as far as possible, as McGrath did early on today. Try and get the off cutter working.
Well, there's a sense of urgency around this place, not only by the batsmen, but the crowd is buzzing as well. Oh, they're loving it, aren't they? Back for the second. Really positive cricket by the Australians. Almost looks as if they've decided we're having our party tonight.
Yes, but England just have to keep calm here. Let the pitch do a bit of the work. Not try and bowl too short or too fast. That was nicely played by Slater. Genuine leg glance. Always going to be 2 to Mullally, the left-hander. It's well bowled. It's a perfect line.
It's when you watch the sense of urgency which these two adopt in terms of their running between the wickets. It's absolutely like chalk and cheese. They're looking for the first run every time bat goes to ball. They then, if they get one, always looking for the second or third, as the case may be. Real sense of urgency, and of course if there's a short ball or a half volley, it really is smashed away. The other thing to remember is that when you've got a player like Slater, he's a very free spirit if he's playing his natural game. Wonderful to watch. And he really does take a lot of pressure off his partner down the other end. He gets the scoreboard going. He's got 11 already. Taylor's on 4. Mind you, he's faced 14 balls to Taylor's 2, so we really can't criticise Taylor for going slowly. But the point is that he does take the pressure off. And every now and again he's going to get out to one that flies away in the direction of fourth slip. But boy, when he does get going, he gives you, or your bowlers, just that little bit more time because he scores his runs fast.
Yes, well, he hasn't scored in the first innings heavily. It's been in the second innings he's got his 200s. And this one I thought Butcher was very late. He got up in the end, and then he went for this one. This one was way over the keeper's head, bit of glove there. First one was half a chance. 2 off the over. It's none for 16. Mark Tower leading the series 2-0. 159 for third victory.
So Mark Taylor has got some starts as well, 40, 60 and 59 in the first innings of the first 3 test matches, and he'll be a little disappointed he didn't kick on to 100 in one of those.
Big Sharper going down the leg side, maybe some bat as well. That's the length. You've got to be up here. Hope it swings, hope it moves off the seam, bowl straight.
Yes, there was a bit of bat in this drive by Taylor. Just a little bit of bat onto the pad and stifled appeal. So the run rate at the moment, scoring it just, well, way over 4 and over, 4.8 and over. They score 3.8 of the remaining overs today. They'll win tonight.
No ball called. It's a bit of a challenge here for Alex Stewart. He needs early wickets. He's got to give the ball to Morelli or Fraser early on today. Can't go too long if they don't break through. Give the other bowlers a chance while the ball's still new and there's plenty of seam on it. More runs, drifts onto the pads. Taylor in very good touch.
Yes, well pitched up, round about leg stump, and he plays it well there. Anything short in that area too, he pulls away well. When he's playing well, he does play that pull shot well, and he gets the ball away. He tends to stand upright a little bit, doesn't fall over quite so much. It was nicely played.
Wasn't a great delivery though, was it? Look, it's going down leg, whips it away off leg stump. Beautifully played, well balanced, Mark Taylor. Good form.
Well, England were in a similar situation to this one in the last test match against South Africa during the last summer. And they managed to pull it off. Goff was the man who did it for them. He ended up getting 6 for 42. Fraser was there on 3 for 50. So the two of them got some wickets, but they got early wickets. That's what's needed here.
It's none for 20. Australia none for 20. Tara facing Darren Goff for the first time in this innings. 4 slips, a gully, point, mid off on the offside. The Ansett trivia competition every day of the Test series. Today's question is, what is the largest number of Test centuries scored by an Australian batsman in a calendar year? Is it A5, B6 or C7? The telephone number's on the right. The Ansett trivia competition, very popular right throughout the Test series this summer. Is it 5, 6 or 7? Ansett trivia right throughout the Test series this summer. Well, Darren Goff generating some good pace here. Not a lot of swing. And to try and get Mark Taylor to force off the back foot, one would think, with 4 slips and a deep gully in that region. He does, but not in the air.
So nothing's really happened out there so far in terms of movement, really. There's not any swing. Nothing's stayed down yet. There's not been any sideways movement to speak of. A few bounces have created a slight problem, but the Aussies look comfortable.
Oh, well bowled. Now the top of the stumps.
Yes, that one did move a little bit. Taylor does this, doesn't he? Keeps letting it go over the top of the stumps. We've seen him out LBW padding up before today we've seen him out LBW padding up on numerous occasions. This is the one actually doesn't really do too much, just goes over the top of the off stump. And that was a quick delivery, actually. 142. So once they start getting into the 140s, they're starting to generate a bit of pace.
Goff's where he has to be patient, that's okay. Keep the batsman on the back foot. Well, straight. Restrict the flow of runs. And with a couple of quick wickets, things can turn around very quickly. While the ball's new. Tries to pull it away, gets a glove, a single. None for 21. Whitman's side ship showing the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Good crowd in today, around about 25,000. 5 overs bowled, Australia none for 21. A good start. Well, there's no bat pad now for Dean Headley. Man at square leg, still pick up a single. For Stewart for Slater brings in the bat pad on the onside. 3 slips of gully. goes. Perfect shot. Headley's not doing enough with the ball, and bowling to a man of this calibre.
Oh, what a shot. When he hits through those, well, it was a long half volley, wasn't it? It really races away. He's a tough little package, Michael Slater. Just watch this for a cover drive. There we go, right off the middle of the bat, and it raced away. Slater didn't need to take a yard in the direction of the stumps down the other end in terms of running, because that was 4 from the minute he hit it. He's still set off. What a shot.
No ball called. Headley not doing the job here. I'd almost predicted. I didn't think he bowled that well in the first innings. Stewart has to do something and do it very quickly. Hussein's concerned, he's running across.
Off the fieldsman down at deep square leg, deep fine leg.
Okay, Tony, you captain England. What can they do here?
Well, I think first point you've already made. I think they can bring the left armour on while there's a little bit of shine there. I think Malali from over the wicket might be worth a try. I think they've got to keep a relatively attacking field going. They've got 3 slips and they've got to keep them there in a gully. They've just got to get wickets. But I think if it's not working for somebody, and it's not clearly for Headley at the moment, you've got to take him out of the attack. Righto, Fraser's chasing that one. Yes, he's the other bowler they've got that will no doubt be called upon once these guys get a bit tired. But really, this is not his sort of wicket. He's an English conditions bowler more than anything. But Australia really running away now. Run rate of over 5.5 and over. All they need to score is about 3.8 if they're going to win this match tonight, and they're on target.
That's close, that's surely very close. He's given him. Well, there you are, that stayed down. I think Slater knew himself. That ball was a shooter.
Slater walked. I reckon he walked. Although there was a nod that time, that was slightly different from the umpire. Normally he waits a long time without shaking his head. I think he shook his head and then his finger came later. But Slater knew it. It stayed down, and Headley has struck here. They're having a bit of a laugh about it. Just watch this. Here we go now. It pitches outside off stump, nips back a little bit. Slater misses it. It hits him. Oh, I think that's the same middle and off. Look at Slater. He knows. Yes, he sees the nod. And up comes the finger. That's the end of that. So England have struck at last. 1 for 31.
Justin Langer at number 3. It's 1 for 31 at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. And Dean Headley, although expensive, done the job. He's got Slater back in the dressing room. With a cut back. It didn't bounce all that much. It was plumb in front. For the left-hander, there's 4 slips in a gully, bat pad, good field. Point, mid-off, man at deep fine leg. Big over for Dean Headley. 10 runs and a wicket.
Right, let's have another look at that dismissal and get some idea of how plumb this was by the reaction of the batsman. There we go. It pitches just outside, nips back a little bit. It wasn't an off-cutter. It was off the seam, nipped back. And there's the appeal, and Slater's on his way. And then up comes the finger, accompanied by the word out. So just have a look at this again. There we are. I think you see a little nod of the head here. So I think he said out, and then the finger came up. Plumb, I think might have been the other word. And at last England had a wicket. They're pretty happy about it as well.
31. And we'll have to continue as Ian Chappell and Richie Bernard come into the commentary position.
Thanks, Bill. It's been a quick start for Australia, but they've lost their stroke maker. Michael Slater back in the pavilion. Australia have had problems chasing small targets in the last few years, but I think they've changed their approach a little now, trying to get that target down quickly. Certainly Michael Slater is an important part of that theory. England, if they're to do or to really give the Australians a problem, they've got to get a couple more quick wickets. I guess when you're only bowling at a small target, a victory target, the thing for the bowling team is to somehow or other create a bit of tension in the dressing room, and nothing does that better than a couple of wickets, a couple of quick wickets.
I reckoned earlier in the day that the minimum England needed to set was around 170. They've got 175, so they're in with a chance. But as Ian Chappell pointed out, they do need early wickets. They've got to get the Australians on the defensive. Otherwise, the batsmen will just keep pushing the ball around. Not always that easy to defend at the MCG. It's such a big ground.
That's well fielded. We've seen Michael Slater do some very good things at bat pad in this test match for Australia. That was a good save by Ramprakash.
Good anticipation. He didn't turn away at all. Saw it all the way. It was played down into the ground. Went quite fast. One of the trademarks of Mark Taylor's batting against pace and against the new ball, his ability generally to choose the right balls to let go. Shine goes off the ball each time it hits the pitch. Little bits of abrasion appear on the ball. Taylor plays at as few balls as he has to. Tries to avoid being drawn in around about the off stump.
It's 1 for 31. The two left-handers out there at the moment for Australia, Justin Langer and Mark Taylor. 144 to win, and it's going to be Dean Headley, the successful bowler, in his last over to continue from the southern end. Has the reputation, Headley, of being a good bowler to left-handers. He certainly did that in the last Ashes series in England in '97. Matthew Elliott 3 times, Mark Taylor 3 times, Michael Bevan twice. But he hasn't displayed that same ability on Australian pitches. I
think you might find that one of the reasons he struggled a bit more out here is that he slightly changed his bowling technique. He's dropping his left shoulder very, very quickly, even before he's getting into his proper action of delivering. I think that's having an effect on him. In England, he was more upright, and he held his left arm up considerably longer than is the case out here. Don't know why it is. Might be partly to do with injury. Just keep your eye on his left arm and how quickly it gets down. It's way down round about his hip before he's even into the action with his right arm.
England dismissed for 244 in the second innings today, which left Australia 174 for victory. Quite a greyish look about the MCG pitch now as we look down from directly above in the Whitman's lightship. Doesn't have that grey look from the commentary position. Looks more like a whitish light brown colour, but from above it looks very grey. Perhaps something to do with the sky. That looks a bit grey as well. There's a big shout. I'm not sure whether it was a nick. I think it was bat hitting pad. The bowler can't believe it. The fieldsman behind the wicket also not enthralled. It's 1 for 31. Still 144 needed for Australia. The scoring has slowed since Michael Slater was dismissed. Dean Headley getting one right through Justin Langer. Last ball of the last over. There was a big shout.
Yep. Just flicked his pad on the way through. Yeah, quite a deflection off the pad there.
This is where Australia have got into trouble in chasing small targets before. I guess the classic example of that was against South Africa at the SCG in 93-4. The South Africans were able to just bog the scoring down completely. I think there was something like 21 runs scored off the first 19 overs for the loss of 1 wicket, and Australia were unable to reach the target of 117, falling 5 short. The one that English fans will use as their omen for a victory at the MCG would be the Oval in 97, when Australia had to get 124. On that occasion there was a combination of spin and pace. Phil Tufnell getting wickets in both innings. He got 3, I think, in the second innings, perhaps 4, and I think Andrew Caddick might have got a 5 for. And that'll be 4. That breaks the shackles.
was well played. He kept that down well. Waited for Goff to bring the ball in closer to his off stump. He's been allowing a lot of those to pass. But he judged the bounce of that very well. That has gone to 14 from 24 balls now.
In fact, that match at the Oval in '97, 4 for 27 in the second innings. Phil Tufnell to give him his best match figures, and 5 for 42 Andrew Caddick. England won by 19 runs. That's a wild delivery. It's 1 for 37. Slater out for 18. LBW to Headley. Taylor is on 16. Justin Langer yet to get off the mark. Good run rate for Australia. 9 overs for 37. But they have lost Slater, their stroke maker at the top of the order. And things have slowed perceptibly since he was out.
The 138 needed by Australia. 2 more wickets needed, I reckon, in the next 5 overs. Fielding side in these circumstances always needs to do something to set back the opposition. Not in that particular way, where there's a slight misfield, which has allowed the batsman actually to get off the mark.
Headley took a bit of stick in his first couple of overs. Bounced back by getting the wicket of Michael Slater. Maybe it's a concentration problem. He just tends to bowl a bad over every now and again, quite often at the wrong time. Remember, in the first innings he came on at an important time, got smacked around. That's a good shot from Mark Taylor. Full face of the bat.
So he's a bit unlucky too, because it hit some of the dirt at the southern end of the ground on one of the worn pitches. Seemed to take a jump and lost quite a bit of pace. Yep, but slowed it down so that Angus Fraser was able to get after it and gather it in.
Oh, a bit of bounce there.
That flew from, well, it was shortish, but it wasn't all that short. It wasn't a bounce or anything like that. But it's got up pretty sharply.
want to play and miss. He's troubled Langer just round off stump. It's 1 for 41. The Whitman's lightship just above the MCG now. Up there in a reasonably grey sky. Started out with some sunshine. Reasonably bright day. But it has deteriorated. And it's going to be Alan Mullally to come on at the members' end. Members' end is the far end there as you look at it. So if you're looking from the Whitman's lightship, that's the old member stand area there. And the southern stand, Great Southern Stand, down that end.
That's what happened to England today. They began with Atherton and Butcher, dismissed yesterday. Stewart was out for 52, Hussein for 50, and Hick made 60, batted pretty well too. 244 in total. It was a 70-run lead, so it was 175 to win. Partnerships, they kept on coming. 49 between Hussein and Ramprakash, 51 between Hussein and Hick, 24 Haig and Hick, 19 Goff and Hick, and then 23 for the last wicket between Fraser and Mullally. They couldn't get up even to a 60-run partnership, and that was one of the real problems. They battled hard. The Australians whittled away at them, with McGrath getting 2, Fleming 2, including Hick from a magnificent in-swinging Yorker. Nicholson had 3 for 56 and McGill 3 for 81. The normal course of events, the England tail does not dominate any partnership graph we might show you. It's in the air. Safely caught. Mark Taylor has holed out. Could hardly have hit it more directly than the man at deep fine leg. Headley has taken the catch off Mullally. That's what England needed. 2 for 41 now.
I don't know that it was part of a planned move. It's an unusual shot for Mark Taylor. He normally swings the pull shot in front of square. On this occasion, got it well behind square. It was up there for a long time. Might have been blowing around a little bit too. But Dean Headley kept his eyes on it all the way. Mullally, joy for him. And the second wicket is down with 41 on the board. Mark Waugh once again to a mixed reception. And arrives at the crease. Justin Langer will be on strike. Batsman having crossed. Mark Taylor, unusual shot for him. Very rarely does he swing the ball around behind square. And he really sort of helped it on the way. But he got under it and it was up in the air for a long, long time. Dean Headley was camped under it forever down in front of the Barmy Army. Edged, and Hick, I think it might have bounced just in front. Good over from Alan Mullally. It was a good thick edge.
Well, they're very deep, those slips. They're a yard, 2 yards deeper than the Australians were. That has flown off the outside edge. Ooh, it's a catch, or it should have been a catch.
He takes some good catches, but he drops too many, really, for a bloke who's in the slips all the time. You can see he's shaking the finger there. That's hit not in the middle of the hands, it's hit in the fingers.
Well, the Taylor wicket looked to me as though the ball straightened on him a bit, that it came from leg to off, and that he probably got not quite a top edge, but he wasn't able to control it because of the movement off the seam. The normal course of events, he will help it around, and that looked to me as though it pitched about middle and leg and finished up about middle, and it did go very high. Would have been a nasty little weight there for Dean Headley, and it was dropping on him right at the last fraction of a second.
Mark Waugh immediately off the mark. Mullally moving well in the outfield. Good throw. Nick Mark Waugh's home, but it was a much better work. Mullally's looking like a different cricketer all of a sudden. I think the Australians have dominated him a bit, and then suddenly they've got to the point where they've annoyed him. They're bringing out the best in him.
And he could have got rid of it even quicker as well. It's well run in the end by Mark Waugh, but he did have to scurry a bit. Well, there's a good 2 seconds there where he could have made Mark Waugh really hustle.
Yes, they don't help themselves, England. They play some good cricket, and then something always seems to let them down. Graham Hick on this occasion, not an easy one by any means, but one you've got to take if you've set the opposition only 175 for victory.
Well, up a yard, all those slips, and that's going to come comfortably to him at round about shin height.
A big part of Graham Hick's problems, he's got a good pair of hands, but he stands with his feet very wide apart, and I think it's the footwork that lets him down. A lot of the time he's falling to take catches, consequently he's not well balanced. So he hasn't moved the foot at all there. It's just a matter of falling to take the catch, and if you're falling, you're not really well balanced. That didn't go anywhere near the middle of the hands. Might sound strange to talk about footwork with slip catching, but you hear any good wicketkeeper talking about the better wicketkeepers, and they say look at their footwork. Well, the same thing applies for slip fielders. If you're well balanced and that comes from good footwork, then you've got a much better chance of hanging on to the catch.
Footwork's of the utmost importance with anything people generally associate it with batting. But as Ian Chappell points out, wicket keeping, slip fielding. Other sports like tennis, footwork is of paramount importance.
Dean Headley has come right back into the game after a couple of ordinary overs. He got a wicket, and then he had to camp under this one for a long, long time. But you can see there he's got the eyes beautifully on the ball. He's moving around to get under it. I'd say it must have been swirling around a little bit. He's produced a couple of pretty good overs, his last couple. 2 for 43. Well, it's an interesting game here at the MCG. 2 for 43. Australia needing 132 to win. 8 wickets in hand. Mullally, he certainly took a much different approach to his batting, and he also was prepared to challenge Glenn McGrath out there in the middle. McGrath was after him, but I thought Mullally handled the situation pretty well. He decided he wasn't going to be put upon by the bowler. He gave a little bit back. I thought it was a terrific short spell of cricket, and Mullally charging in a bit more.
Mullally's not the paciest of the England bowlers. Darren Gough has that accolade. He's up around 140, 142, 143 Ks. Mullally's 131. He might get up to about 135. Matthew Nicholson, the young Australian debutant, was up around 137. McGrath was slower today. Well within himself.
Yeah, we saw a pretty lively session of cricket with Glenn McGrath going at Alan Mullally. Mullally was batting. He played sensibly, I thought. When it was up there, he tried to whack it straight. A little bit of humour there. Then he played the short one quite well and was quite prepared to look the fast bowler in the eye. Then bang, that was a good shot. Nobody out in front of the wicket. That was hit even harder. It was a terrific spell of cricket, and good to see a tail ender playing probably in the old-fashioned way.
Yes, it was an interlude that produced 23 runs in the partnership for the last wicket between Mullally and Fraser. Mullally got 16, and in the end McGrath got him, but it was a costly 16 runs and 23-run partnership.
Yes, I thought it was one of those really good confrontations that make Test cricket lively.
Make it even better, neither of them can bat very much. It's 2 for 45.
Well, Taylor joins Bradman as sold out, and the Legends bat. This unique cricket bat featuring original signatures of 16 players, very well-known players in the game. Only 1,000 of these bats are available throughout the world. And there we are, those original signatures and all the details of the players in the columns there. Lovely framing as well. Signatures include people like Michael Holding, Imran Khan, Sir Richard Hadley, Asif Iqbal, Clive Lloyd, Ionian, Chappell and Thompson and Marsh, to name but a few of them. It's a full-size bat. It, as I said, comes beautifully mounted, and it's in a wooden frame. The players' career records are included within the frame, so the Legends bat. Full-size bat, limited edition, just 1,000 available all around the world, $350, and that includes the framing, and there is $35 of postage and handling as well. So what you've got to do is call that number, 1-800-151-201, or you can have a really good look at it on wideworldosports.com.au. Those of you who collect items of memorabilia will be very interested in this one. Some fantastic signatures, all originals, and they've signed in a special pen on the willow of that full-size bat. So there it is, $350, another one of those special products brought to you by Wide World of Sports. pretty special game of cricket going on out here as well. Australia 2 for 46. They need 129 to win now. They've got 8 wickets in hand, and India and England, of course, need a wicket or two. A wicket or 2 or 3, I think, and they need them quickly.
They certainly do. The last thing England need now is a partnership being built. They've got to get wickets on a constant basis. They really would only need a partnership of 60 or 70 runs, probably to break their back and their enthusiasm. That's what Justin Langer and Mark Waugh will be setting out to achieve.
Yes, well, I suppose the Australians will be favourites here, but strange things happen in this game. On the last day of a test match, or second last day, certainly in the last innings, just need 1 or 2 to keep low. A couple of good catches to be latched onto. Perhaps a bad shot or two, and all of a sudden the game swings right around. At the moment, it's Langer and Mark Waugh out there. They both haven't been there for long. Langer's been there for 39 minutes, and you can see how tough he's finding it. He's only made 3. And down the other end, Mark Waugh out there for about a quarter of an hour made 4. So they're not finding it too easy. 13 overs, only 13 overs have been bowled by England. Their over rate is an absolute disgrace. If a match referee wanted to do anything in this match, the only thing he'd possibly think about doing would be to jack them up on their over rate.
No lack of support for the England side here today. The Barmy Army, they just don't shut up. It doesn't matter what the situation of the match is, they keep going. They've got new songs every day. Adore their cricket. They have an absolute ball. And as the lager goes down, they get louder. Some good timing there from Mark Waugh. Come back for 3. Not only was the timing spot on, so was the judgment of the run. Tension on that face. Looks a cool, calm character, Mark Waugh, but I'm sure the belly's turning over. Not easy. England have come out with all guns blazing. They're trying to get the breakthroughs that are required to give them a chance of bowling Australia out short of their target, 175. Stewart, the whole ground for that matter, players and spectators, plenty of tension. Only one's not feeling it, probably the Barmy Army. Just short. That's the sort of spark of luck England will need. Graham Hick's already put Justin Langer down. Now this just short of Mark Butcher.
Yeah, they've got to come up though. I mean, we're in a situation now, that surely was, it was steered down a bit, and they would have to been up a long way, but they really need to come up just a little bit, give themselves a chance. Already, they've had a couple of low ones. They're relatively staggered. Obviously, the thicker the edge, the less it carries.
I think what we've got to understand also with this England team, they've put down a lot of catches during the series. And to be brutally honest, they do need to come forward, but I'm sure they're hesitant because things just haven't gone their way. They'll be just a little hesitant of coming forward just in case, well, does it come too quick and I grass it, I drop another one. I want as much time to see him as they can. Beautifully bowled. Tell you what, that short innings of Alan Mullally sparked him up. He came out also during the change of innings and did some warm-up just out in the middle of the ground, bowling to the 12th man with a baseball glove on. He was keen to get into the fray. He enjoyed his batting. He and Glenn McGrath put on quite a show. It was a beauty. Good for the game. And he's bowling well out here now with the ball. 2 for 50. Slater and Taylor are back in the pavilion. Justin Langer's on 3. Mark Waugh is on 7. Waugh, Lehman, Steve Waugh, that is. Ian Healy, Fleming, Nicholson, McGill, McGrath. Nicholson, McGill, McGrath would safely assume they won't be required today. So be it. They'll be nervous and they'll be watching every ball that's being bowled out here. Test match on the line. Angus Fraser is now replacing Dean Headley. The southern end, and this won't do the over rate much good either.
Yes, Fraser very much a medium pacer. He's going to have to hope that one or two can stay down. He'll be trying to bowl just short of a length. That's his way, and hoping that something will happen. You can see nothing all that fancy about those figures. And definitely at the back end of his career, probably suited more to English conditions, but he doesn't half slow this over rate down. Walks back slowly. Long run for a medium pacer. It's 118, just under the 120 mark. So he's well, if you add on 10%, takes it up to the 128, 130 mark. That's 2 meters in distance, 2.2 meters to be precise. So it just gives you some idea of how much more time you've got to play. A medium pacer by comparison to the faster bowlers. Fraser's just turned to walk back. We'll just see how long it takes him to get to the top of his mark. That's 15 seconds now. And he's still going. It's a long way out, isn't it? He hasn't quite turned yet. I've got it at, well, that's 30 now. 30 seconds to get to the top of his mark.
Good shot. Fraser has continued that line just outside Justin Langer's off stump. And he's just waited for the delivery, which pitched in the right spot, albeit wide, so he could punch it through that cover area. He's just short outside off stump. No
No trouble getting those away.
Good running and inspired cricket from Alan Mullally. 2 for 54. 2 for 54 Australia. Some running repairs going on from Daryl Harper. And there we are. Yeah, that gives us a wonderful shot of what's going on down the wicket. Stump cam. Perfect. Great view.
Yes, that's a little risky. That very straight delivery. All it's got to do is nip back and stay down a bit, and it's all over. Yes, he's having a good time of it. He's made some runs, he's taken some wickets, and now all of a sudden he's become a little wizard in the field as well. Direct hit here. Hick only just made it to the stumps that time. Quite incredible, actually. He's very slow getting up there. Hick, we've been keeping a bit of an eye on him.
His first test, Warren Hick, and a couple of opportunities. He hasn't been able to get to the stumps. Been disappointing for him. Beautifully bowled again from Alan Mullally. Tony Gregg has just mentioned Mullally's having a good time of it. He's doing all he can at the minute to break in half this top order from Australia, and that's a beautiful delivery. Mark would play and miss at that if you bowled that type of delivery at him another 100 times. He'd just keep doing it. Probably too good to get an edge.
Yes, this has been a good crowd today, and I think they've enjoyed the cricket. It's been a pretty tense match. There have been occasions where it could have gone either way. And just when it seemed that England were going to claw their way back, a wicket fell, so they'd be pretty disappointed with their overall batting performance.
The end of a very good over, 2 for 54. Slater back in the pavilion for 18. Mark Taylor, the Australian captain, 19. Langer and War. Middle of the MCG at the minute. What a big stadium it is. As Fraser continues. Good effort from Mark Ramprakash there. He saved at least 2 runs.
It's just talking about the passages of play today. One of the features of the day's play has been the little battle between Glenn McGrath and Alan Mullally. The crowd thoroughly enjoyed it. They homed in and realised there was something on here. Probably goes back to McGrath's dismissal when he was batting out there, and having a bit of a tough time of it. Yeah, so Glenn McGrath around the wicket, you could see there, and he didn't know where that one was, and he kicked it back onto the stump. So Glenn McGrath tries very hard with his batting, and he ended up getting out in a fashion which he wouldn't have enjoyed watching, should we say. Well, it then came his opportunity to have a go at the bloke who got him out, and this is how it went. This is a slash that he had no idea about. He tried to hit this one out the ground, nothing happened there, and this one whistled past his ear. Glenn McGrath understandably was a bit frustrated at this point, and of course a little bit of retaliation there. And beg your pardon, what was that you said from Mulally? And the crowd, of course, loving this. You can see in the background there a little bit of cheering. That one played away beautifully. That's nicely played onto the back foot, pulled away down to forward square leg, and it's into the fence for 4. Lovely shot. Langer getting that one away. Yeah, so that little battle that was taking place, the crowd were loving every moment of it. It was keen stuff, it was. And then this one played it very well. Big glare. They were having a bit of fun with each other, these two blokes. He went away smiling there. McGrath, I don't think, thought it was that funny, mind you. And it was around about here that Mulally started then to middle 1 or 2. And McGrath, of course, wanted to finish this innings off. He was desperately keen to get that extra wicket. He's encroaching upon his 200 wickets in Test match cricket. So plenty of tension out there. After all, this is a big boys game. And this is the 5th ball of the over. And have a look at that lovely straight bat straight over McGrath's head. And he enjoyed that one. And then this boundary from just outside off stump whacked down the ground to the onside, and of course then it was all over. He went for the big pull shot, and McGrath wasn't letting anyone have anything to do with that one. He took Slater out in taking the catch, and that was the end of Mulally. It was an interesting, keen little passage of play. Everyone enjoyed it.
Didn't they what? I must admit, I was on air at that stage, and you just wanted to be part of it. It was just something that enthralled everyone here at MCG. I think they remembered the dismissal of Glenn McGrath the day before. They thought, here he is with a chance to square up with Alan Mulally, both batted 11. There was a ding-dong battle between two quick bowlers. Nothing untoward. Yes, there was a few words said. All for the benefit of competition. Two for 60. 115 runs required by Australia to win this Test match. They have 8 wickets in hand. A long way to go yet. Alan Mulally is bowling well from this members' end. Mark Waugh on strike. And again, 3rd time in 2 overs he's beaten Mark Waugh outside the off stump.
Yes, one would have to say that Mark Waugh is struggling out there at the moment. Last over definitely had a tough time, kept getting little inside edges back onto his pad, and this is a good delivery, goes across him. That's actually a wide ball. He's just feeling for it, and when you're not playing well, if you're not really hitting it in the middle of the bat, you tend to chase those a bit, and that's what he did then. Three slips in there, still hoping for an outside edge. Mulally going across the right-hander.
Just couldn't make Mulally as a Test cricketer what's happened in the last couple of days. He's had it served up to him in the last 3 Test matches, again in this 4th. But today in particular he's responded to it. He said, I've had enough. I'll go out and do my best. I'll be aggressive with the bat. I've already made 5 ducks in the series. It can't get any worse. And I'll shovel a bit back. It's exactly what he's doing. Bowled beautifully here. Showed a good bit of steam with the bat. That's the intensity he has to keep playing this game at.
Yes, it is another way of looking at it. I think that the thing that Mullally's got to do is when he's batting, just go out there and do the best he can. He's at number 11 after all. But I think when he's focused, as he is now, on his bowling, he's just got to think about his line and length and keep it going. I think he could be very useful. Obviously, it helps to be a left arm over the wicket bowler to right-handers, the ball angling across, and you've got all those slips in position there. So if you could just get a little bit more swing back into the right-hander. We saw him do it a little bit in one of the early innings in the Test match. You know, when you've got a slightly heavier atmosphere, but he needs to work on the one that swings back. There's no doubt about that. And if he got that going a little bit more regularly, then he would cause a lot of batsmen a lot of problems. He's quite sharp.
Another good over from Alan Mullally, 2 for 60. Justin Langer 12, Mark Warren 8. The commentary position now, Bill Lawry, and with him Richie Benno.
Thank you, Simon. Good evening all. Well, very good contest here. England, I think, doing a very good job this afternoon with the ball. 2 down for 60. Both the openers back in the dressing room. Langer and Mark Waugh struggling. Just have to keep it tight, keep the pressure on. Dean Headley with the wicket of Slater. Mullally with the wicket of Mark Taylor. Cracking shot. Fraser not quick enough to be short on this pitch. Cracked away by Justin Langer. He's breaking the shackles against Fraser. Round about off stump.
It's been a real struggle for these two players. Taylor and Slater got away to a good start, quite a brisk one. But the clamps have been put on by England. To 64 on the board now for the Australians. They need another 111. Doesn't sound many, but the game will certainly go into the 5th day.
Well, Mullally almost turned this innings around himself. He was bowling to Mark Taylor. He dropped it in short. Taylor went for it. He normally plays the pull and hook shot well. But under the fraction, the ball, I think, held its line, straightened up. Headley took a good catch. Was up there for a long, long time. Look at the crowd watching. Taylor was out, and then the very next ball. This could cost England this Test match. Would have had 2 wickets in 2 balls, and that was Justin Langer, dropped by Hick. You just cannot do that when you're defending 174 runs.
You can't field back as far as they are in the slips on the 4th day of a match at the MCG. You might get 1 ball in 100 that will fly, but generally they keep low and they don't carry to the slip fieldsman. You've got to be up there and take your chance. And the fact that Hick had to go sideways and forward there to what was quite a firm nick. It wasn't just an edge that was looping around. It was a firm nick that carried as far as it could possibly carry. And Hick wasn't able to hold it.
All of a sudden, well, he's got 2 wickets, 2 deliveries, 2 top scalps, a captain and a number 3, and he's got his tail up. We saw Graham Hick catch Mark Taylor of Al Mullally at the whacker, and that was low down, and it does really bounce there. I just think they're just too deep. can't get a better nick than that. End of the fingers and down to the turf. Over bowled. 2 for 64. Good crowd in for the fourth day's play. Fine but cool afternoon. Mark Waugh on 8, Langer on 16. Llewellyn's keeping the pressure right on Mark Waugh. 3 slips of gully, bowling across the right-hander. That's a good line. Mark Taylor's not sure whether to force off the back foot or let it go. If he can keep that up, keep the pressure on, get one to duck back, the chance of an LB, or an inside edge onto the stumps.
It was that angle across the right-hander that produces the problems. There are 3 slips there and an orthodox gully, although he's very, very deep. He's really there for the square drive rather than for anything else. The 3 slips over there, and then that man there at deep gully. In fact, the man at gully is so deep that he's actually moving in with the bowler. It's not what you call an orthodox catching position at gully.
It's a strange one. We saw that at the Adelaide Oval as well. I think it was Ramprakash who was sort of, well, Hussein was moving in as well. It's Hussein at gully. He comes into the gully position after 4 or 5 paces on the walk. It goes. That's bad luck for Malali. 1,000 runs in 1998 at Test level for Mark Waugh. That's a big year.
Certainly is, but he's not in peak form out there at the moment. He's having a bit of a struggle against Malali, and it's partly to do with the pitch. That last ball, the mention we were making of the slip fielders being back. Now, that's the sort of thing, that's an authentic edge. But that has landed well in front of the positioning of the fieldsman there, even on the angle.
This is interesting. Morelli's going around the wicket, which is worth a try, but he hasn't changed his onside field. Stewart's still at backward square, the mid-on's still in the same position. You've got a chance now for Mark Waugh to pick him off through the mid-wicket region if he strays onto leg stump. More by frustration by Malala then, that boundary. That's the big year for Mark Waugh. You wouldn't think he was averaging 66 the way he's playing the last couple of Test matches, but that's a big year. 400s and 350s. Wonderful year for Mark Waugh in 1998. Ball Langer. Alan Malala going back over the wicket. Only 2 men on the onside, a square leg and a deep fine leg. So he's got a bowl outside the line of off stump or thereabouts. I think it's time for Darren Gough. I really think that they've got to really go for it here, England. They've got him tied down. Langer 16, Mark Waugh 13. Very few positive strokes. I think it's time to introduce the #1 striker again.
The positioning of the slip fielders we're talking about is regulated to a large extent by the position of the wicket keeper. Now, Hick, the wicket keeper, is in his spot. He's chosen the spot he wants to be, and the others make tracks from there. It's 2 for 69.
Albert Park Lake. The Grand Prix races around the lake. 4th to 7th of March 1999. Will come to you on Wide World of Sports, as always. Tremendous part of Melbourne down there in Albert Park. The St Kilda Cricket Ground, the South Melbourne Cricket Ground, the Albert Ground, and the Grand Prix. That's through again, this time with soft hands by Mark Waugh. Pick up 2 more. Just getting away from England slightly here.
played that well. Just kept it down and angled it away through the gully. Yes, those cricket grounds and sporting arenas we were looking at a moment ago, all the early things I heard about Melbourne, apart from the MCG, which wasn't as big then as it is now, but great golf courses, and the Albert Park ground, the Albert Park Cricket Ground. That's a good shot, just got the 2 for it. Michael was starting to look for 3. That's not very good fielding.
Not very good fielding and not very good bowling. Angus Fraser, the veteran medium pacer, and Aaron Goff, the fast bowler, maybe a bit frustrated. He's down in the deep, not doing any bowling, because the old workhorse here is not beating the bat. He's just playing the batsman in, and England need wickets. Australia, a very professional unit, the 2 for 74. Only need 101 runs to win this 3rd Test match. You just can't sit back. You've got to really go for it. I think Maloney's doing everything possible at one end. The other end, Fraser, 3.2 overs, none for 19. That's not good enough. Target for the Australians is 175. Once again, England have removed Michael Slater and Mark Taylor. They scored 41 when Taylor was dismissed. So that was good effort. Could almost go for 4. Goff coming around. This is a poor over. Good one for the Australians. A lovely leg glance there from Justin Langer. He's all over the place. There's Fraser.
Well, he's bowled around the wicket to left-handers quite a bit in his career, but I think this might have thrown him out of it today. The angle has got to be very precise. Only got to stray fractionally and get the ball round about the pads, and the left-hander can play it in front of square leg, can play it behind, can glance it as Langer did there.
Dean Headley was expensive early, but he got a big breakthrough. And he trapped Michael Slater plumb in front. The ball jagged back a bit, stayed down a fraction. Slater knew. He didn't really have to look at the umpire. He's half walking there to the pavilion. He's adjudged LBW for 18, and then Taylor pulling Wally away. Headley takes a good catch. It was very high. He was up there for a long, long time. And then it was 2 for 41. Nine runs off the over, 2 for 78. Whitman's wide chip. Showing the foreshore. The casino. The exhibition centre. Coming from Port Melbourne area around to the city proper, and right towards the MCG past the Arts Centre. Music bowl, and then of course the massive MCG . Well, he's going to continue around the wicket to Mark Waugh. Bit of a surprise, really. He's bowled beautifully to him over the wicket. 3 slips of gully. Cover pointed mid off on the offside.
all sorts of little things go to make up a cricket match. We've got two umpires here, Darryl Harper and Steve Bucknor. Love the way Steve Bucknor makes his decisions. I like the fact that he takes a lot of time. Then there's a bit of eye action.
Onto leg stump, just a single. Well, Stewart's got to do something here. We just can't let it drift along. It's been a nice, tight session, but the wickets aren't coming. Wanger and Mark Waugh just starting to look a lot more comfortable working the ball into the gaps. He's still enjoying his cricket, Alex Stewart, and that's great, but he needs a wicket or two.
Well, one of the things he needs is for the bowlers to bowl accurately. If they're going to come around the wicket, as we were just talking about in the case of Angus Fraser, has to be landing the ball exactly on the right spot. And then you've got Mullally, who was coming around the wicket of Mark Waugh, and he bowled down the leg side as well. That's not going to work.
Runs to win 96. It's well bowled. He's very accurate. Guy that's sharp. He's never too short. He doesn't bowl with too much width.
There's no doubt Mullally's improved out of sight with his bowling. When he went to Zimbabwe and New Zealand a couple of years ago, he had a very poor double tour. And then he worked hard on his run-up and action, got his in-swinger back, and full credit to him. He looks a good bowler now. Up to today, he's looked a nothing batsman, but today he won the battle.
We've seen some wonderful left-arm bowlers. Wasem Akram, Alan Davison, Gary Sobers. Very few of them can bowl with just two men on the onside and bowl at the stumps and not be picked off.
Well, that's for left-handers coming across on that angle. Yeah, I quite agree. But also, it seemed to me all the way through that there's a bit of an anomaly with the field placings for Mullally to the right-handers. He's got a man just behind square leg now who may pick up something in the air, but it's not all that likely. It's got to be a hard hit, one that Mark Waugh would pick off his toes. And you don't actually need a mid-on where Mullally has him or where Stewart has put him. That's that man there, and he should be around further towards mid-wicket. Mullally will get anything that's coming through there, get that himself. That man should go further round.
Another good over. It's 2 for 80. 2 for 80 Australia, 175 the target for victory at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. And it's going to be, at last, Darren Goff from the southern end. And the Barmy Army are aware of it. Big roar coming from the southern stand. Can Goff do something special here? He's bowling actually with the wind. The wind swung around. It's coming out of the northwest now. And he's got a chance of generating some pace to Justin Langer. Well, took a chance, got away with it. He enticed the loft to dry, but it fell safely away. Hussein moving on now to 24. Two for 83. Very pleasant evening. The sun breaking through again. Ideal for batting now. Good seeing day.
That answered trivia question we posed you earlier in the day. We have the winner of that competition for the day. What is the largest number of Test centuries scored by an Australian batsman in a calendar year? We gave you 3 chances, and Don Bradman and Alan Border in 1948 and 1986 respectively both scored 5 Test centuries in a calendar year. Today's winner, Glyn Five Ash of Banks in the ACT.
Hush around the ground as Goff prepares to charge in again. Good line. Inside field quite deep, square leg next to the umpire, mid on, deep fine leg. Got to be a chance. No, it's off throw. Stewart hasn't got a great arm. It's the difference between two sides. Safely home, but certainly it wasn't a strong throw either. Bowled 2 for 84. And if the was bowled, Australia 2 for 84, pushing towards a big victory here at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Langer and Wall looking much more comfortable on 24 and 20. Pitch playing well. Very little variable bounce, a little bit of movement off the seam. Steve Buckner for Darren Goff always marks the mark in front of the popping crease because he lifts his heel up. He likes to make sure that he's landing somewhere around about that line. Here's Darren Goff. There's the foot, and up it comes, through with the delivery. Unbelievable, isn't it? Finds the edge. Mark Waugh with soft hands keeps it down, picks up 3. Played that pretty well. Didn't go too hard at the ball, controlled the shot. You see the pressure there on Mark Waugh's face. Good line, but it was a controlled shot, that one. Bottom hand was very soft. Well taken. Warren Hick doing a good job there. That was quite sharp and well, but sprayed down the leg side. Attempted a bouncer. time he doesn't get it 4 wides, it should be the call. Wait for the umpire. 4 byes. It's a tough one.
Bit unlucky if you're a wicket keeper and you have one that wide. He did quite well to get it.
I don't agree with that decision at all. That was certainly wides. Left arm coming over the wicket, spraying it. You can see it cutting the popping crease there. Only just losing his line and control on those last 2 deliveries. No run. Eight runs off the over. It's 2 for 92.
Well, there's the banner winner for the day, and I think that banner winner thoroughly deserves it. In fact, he should take the cash and give it over to Mulally, who played beautifully. So there we are. Chris Nusky, Narry Warren in Victoria. Went to a bit of trouble there, and he's taken away the prize today. Right, well, the game is now going to continue with Langer on 25, Mark Waugh on 23. They've struggled a bit to those scores. The run rate certainly has come right down, but they're edging themselves towards victory. At 2 for 92, the total at the moment. The target is 175. So that's what's required, and it may just be that the Australians can get there tonight. From England's point of view, well, they're running out of time. A few wickets. They've got to throw everything at these guys. There's no future here in going back on the defensive. They've really got to get some wickets. So maintaining 3 slips and a very square gully. Goff's the man who's done it for them before. He's going to continue. So this will be a last-ditched effort here by England to try and change things around a bit.
Well, the next hour, Tony, it's well, there's a game on or it's all over. It's full of intent in that shot. Didn't appear that short to me.
It certainly stayed down a little bit. He was going to try and smash it away down towards deep mid wicket. See, outside off stump as well. It hit right on the toe of the bat. Crowd here today have enjoyed some good entertainment. There's no doubt about that. Yes, there's certainly a sense of urgency in those first 2 shots, and that's well played. Running down towards the boundary, won't quite make it though.
Just 2 balls. Very positive cricket from Justin Langer. Attempted pull, which he didn't get hold of. Towed it a bit to square leg, and then driven on the up. It wasn't a half volley. It's on the top of the bounce. He's had a great year in England, Justin Langer, with Middlesex. He's continued that form. I suppose he's probably made that number 3 spot his own now.
Well, you never want to be too sure in this this Australian side. There have been a few that have come and gone. There's a fair bit of pressure on from guys like Elliott, Blewett and others. But there's his performance so far this summer, and you're right, it's been a good performance. That 179 not out in Adelaide being the feature of his summer so far. But I suppose ideally you would like to have turned either the 70 there or the 50 into another century. But that's his record so far in Test cricket. Oh, well played. That's elegantly placed.
Well, Darren Goff's been trying just a little too hard in this innings, but he's had a few problems. He's been directional problems more than anything else, giving width. All so well in the first innings. He just seems to be struggling to keep that line, and then if you keep the line and get it in the right place often enough, of course that way you create pressure. Bowling with any width, these Australian batsmen are going to take advantage of it.
Yes, and one of the things they do very well is let's pick up singles quickly. There's always an urgency about this side's running between the wickets. We saw it right from the word go when Slater and Taylor were out there. Not only were they looking for quick singles, but also looking to turn what is sometimes regarded as 1 into 2, or perhaps 2 into 3. Only urgent runners between the wickets. Well bowled, and attempted a Yorker there. And very, very nearly got through. It was well played at the end. 2 for 99. 26 overs, 2 for 99. Slater 18, Taylor 19, Langer and Mark Waugh out there at the moment. And a bit of a discussion taking place between Stewart now and Mulhully. These two have put on 58, and I think Stewart probably realises, everyone realises, that they've got to break the partnership. Just some information for our Sydney, Melbourne and our Tasmanian viewers. You will be leaving us for the news in about 20 minutes or so. If a result appears imminent, you will then be returning to us a half an hour later for the conclusion of the match. If that isn't the case, we'll see the current affair as normal. So Sydney, Melbourne and Tasmanian viewers, in about 20 minutes where it'll be off to the news. Back in half an hour if we look like getting a result in the match tonight. Otherwise you will then see a current affair. Right, here we go again. Mulhully really desperately keen to try and get a breakthrough here. That single played away on the onside, and that brings up the 100. So 175 runs required to win. They've got 100 of them. So that's the England batting card. They ended up with 244. Look right down at the bottom there. That'll surprise a few of you if you've just come in from the beach. Caught and bowled McGrath. Mulhully for 16. All those ducks and a 4. But no centuries in that batting lineup. They needed 100. Well, that's well played too. That's the second time since the drinks break that he's got one through that area. Again, a lovely, elegant shot. He always seems to have so much time. He looks as if he's beginning to warm to the task now, Mark Waugh.
Yeah, it's been a good contest, hasn't it, Mullally against Mark Waugh. I'd have to say that he still probably just has the edge. He beat him a number of times. That's the first one he's really given any width with. Just again having a great year, over 1,000 runs. Mark Waugh averaging well into the 60s. Looking good now.
Yes, this England attack could develop into something. They've got to do it pretty quickly, though. Tudor, who's not playing in this match, is pretty rapid. He's probably going to have to get used to the fact that he's going to have to bowl with a few niggles. Apparently he's got a bit of a problem, and it's because of that he's been left out. But when you think of Goff and Mulhally and Tudor, if they're all firing, that's quite a good attack. As that one's in. Oh, what a catch! What a catch! He's got it. Ramprakash all fired up there. Come on, lads, he's saying. Another one or two of those and we could just swing this one. What a catch. Full length, dive to his right. Beautiful catch. That could make a little bit of a difference.
Well, I was looking to the boundary. And there's a contender for the catch of the season. This has got to be it. Talk about Michael Slater's yesterday, but that was, with the sweep shot, that was really a bit of luck. But this, well, even the England players are all waiting for the replay. Mullally drops it short. Good bouncer. Mr. Langer hits it and nails it, but how good a catch is that? That's as good as you get it. And does he enjoy that? And he's just telling those teammates around him, come on, boys. 2 more quick wickets and anything can happen. Langer's gone for 30, 3 for 103.
Well, when it comes to batting, this is Australia's man of the moment. An average of over 50. He's just gone past 7,000. He made 100 in the first innings, one that he regarded to be one of his better ones. He obviously enjoyed it very much. He made 100 in the first innings at the Gabba as well. Right, and if they can get him out quickly, this will be a huge psychological blow. Well, that's well bowled. 4 runs and a wicket in that over. And Mulhally takes his figures now to 2 for 17 off 9.
Well, there's the man. Now just watch this for a catch. This is hit and hit hard. And that is caught behind him at full stretch. Now, have another look. Where's it going? He's picked it up, and that is just sensational. There's no other word for it. Mr. Langer shakes his head. I'm not surprised, really.
Yes, I like that little bit just after he's caught it. He jumps up nice and pumped up. Come on, fellows, let's take 1 or 2 more of those. Yes, he's had a good time this tour, isn't he? He would obviously would like to have scored 100, but Ramprakash has displayed a little bit of the bulldog that one expects to see in an English lineup.
Oh, he's a competitor. Dean Headley is coming back into the attack. He gets wickets, but he can also be a bit expensive. Bowls the odd Jaffa. Aaron Goff just bowling 2 overs in that spell. I think he might want to come back down to the members' end. And probably wait now for Alan Mullally to finish his spell. But Alan Mullally can bowl long spells. Well, they've enjoyed themselves. The Barmy Army in here at the time. Do quite a bit for the Australian economy, I think.
Right, now just looking at the Australian card, the Waugh brothers in. They need 175 to win this match, and Lehman due to come in next, then Healy, then the bowlers. So really they need 3 quick wickets. 3 quick wickets. And if they get those 3 quick wickets, then who knows?
That's the man I think the England team would like to get out, and out quickly, because I think that'd have a fair effect on the Australian dressing room. Mr. Reliable. If he were to go back with that many under the belt, then I think there might be a few biting fingernails. I would bet that Jeff Marsh is probably down to the quick by now.
Yes, Lehman brought into the side to replace Ponting is due in next. He made 13 in the first innings, so he'd be quite keen to make some runs. And of course, when they're not many to get, you're on a bit of a hiding to nothing. So you can't really make that many because there are not many left to make, but you can get out. And have a look at that. They're all focused, aren't they? Oh, well bowled. That is a good bouncer. He struggled a bit to get out of the way of that one.
It's a good delivery. Follows him. Did well. Get out of the way of that in the end.
That one hit the ground, I think, or the bat hit the ground as the ball went past. So the bowler getting a little excited, but no chance of that one being given out.
Well, that's what Dean Headley will have heard. The ball getting a little bit of swing. A little bit there, and oh, hitting the ground with the bat. No reaction whatsoever from behind the stumps.
Well taken by Hick down the leg side, the end of the over. 3 for 103. 3 for 103. Just a reminder to those of you in Sydney, Melbourne and down in Tasmania, you'll be leaving us for the news shortly. And if a result appears imminent, then you'll be back with us after the news. That's after a half an hour. And that'll be for the conclusion of the match. Otherwise, you'll be seeing a current affair as normal. Beautiful evening now in Melbourne. Absolutely wonderful. It is best part of the day.
One thing's for sure, we're going to see all of it as well. By the time we get out of here, the sun will have disappeared.
And so Steve Waugh plays that shot so often, doesn't he? That little jump shot where he just pushes it behind square, so he's off the mark. As he was saying to Ian Chappell in that interview we did for the cricket show at lunchtime, how he feels so focused these days. He comes out with a good idea of what he has to do, what he's going to try and do, and does it. And that by comparison when he first started, where he felt just a little bit at sea. That's what I suppose we call experience. Oh, and that one stayed down a little bit. Now, what's Waugh worried about there? He seems to be pointing out towards some flash of light from away on the onside there. Must be is it possibly some reflection off? I'm just trying to see where it can be, because in fact the sun is coming from that direction. It's a bit hard to
I'm just wondering if it's actually off that white tent where the roof is. I don't know whether it seems to be pointing in that direction. It seems to be the mid-wicket area. There's something certainly annoying him. I'm not sure there's very much you can do about it. Mine. It shouldn't really be that much of a problem, should it? It's over mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's a sort of unlikely place. Anywhere else, even across on the offside, one could understand it, but this is behind him. The reserve umpire over there, I think he's just been given the message. I don't know whether there was perhaps a light in there. Maybe the roof. They'll take the tent down, are they? Oh, it's popped away on the offside. That's well bowled. He didn't quite know where that one was. Just struggled to keep it under control.
Might have wrapped him on the thumb. Doesn't really know where it would have gone. No control there, I don't think. On a little bit quicker than he thought. Oh, well, that could have gone anywhere.
And another bouncer. Well, he slipped a few in there today, trying to make sure that they don't come forward to him too much. Keep him on the back foot, hoping for an LBW.
I don't think he's going to bowl short to Steve Waugh. We were talking about this the other day. Well, if he's going to do that, he's not he doesn't hook. He's certainly not on a hook at this stage of the game. Bring the short leg in, or a leg gully, or someone where he plays that little jump shot. Just something for him to think about. Give the batsman, confuse him if you can. He's got his game plan, change it.
Into the gap again, nicely played. Just the single. Steve Waugh retains the strike. 3 for 106. 3 for 106. 29 overs have been bowled, and 3 Australians back in the pavilion. Slater, Taylor and Langer. They're all out. The Waugh brothers are out there battling away at the moment. The target is 175. Australia will be trying to win this tonight. They've got a further 9 overs, then 30 minutes, and then they'll be in a position to take the extra half an hour if a result is possible, and it looks as if that will be possible.
We'll skip dinner and just have breakfast, eh?
Yes, the no balls don't help. That's one less they've got to get. 68 more runs for Australia. Yes, of course, the other thing that could happen is that England could get a few wickets here, and then it'd be a question of whether they want to continue or not. Right, well, it's time now to bid farewell to our Sydney, Melbourne and Tasmanian viewers. You'll be leaving us for the news. And just to reiterate, if a result appears imminent, then you'll be back to us in a half an hour from now. Otherwise, you'll be going to a current affair. So 3 for 108. Well played, into the gap on the offside, running away down towards the boundary. As Ian Botham was talking about the fact that he may well, this is Hadley we're talking about, or Headley, he may well produce a good ball here and there, but if he's going to give runs away, they're at a premium as well. So he's got to be a bit careful of that.
Well, I think throughout the series he's gone at, in the 2 games he's played, he's going at about 4.5 and over. which really isn't good enough as a strike bowler, I don't think. I think it's something he's got to think about. And also, he bowls more than his fair share of no balls.
So the shade cloth going on the roof there. Obviously, the angle of that tent roof is reflecting the sun straight into the eyes of the batsman down at the southern end. Steve Waugh was directing traffic from down the southern end just to make sure the right part of the tent was being covered up. Oh, good shot again. That's where they've got some runs. He's too short, outside off stump, and Mark Waugh is playing that shot very well. That one's gone all the way. Lovely shot through the offside field, absolutely bisecting the gap. And all those youngsters there appreciating it very much.
Short and wide. It's proving a little expensive this spell.
There's 10 runs off this over so far. So 59 to win now. And that one straight to the field up. 3 for 116. 3 for 116. 30 overs have been bowled, and Mark Waugh on 37. 59 more to get for Australia to win. And in the commentary box now, Simon O'Donnell, and with him is Richie Bennett.
Thank you, Tony. Crunch time for Alex Stewart and his side. Already 2-0 down in the series. Looking down the barrel at another one. It'll take it to 3. Darren Gough, his strike bowler, coming from the members' end. We desperately need a breakthrough. Good afternoon to Richie Benno, or good evening.
Well, it's very close to evening. Evening, Simon. Evening, everyone. Now, Darren Gough didn't like the southern end. I think he asked Alex Stewart to have a go down there because he wasn't happy with the first few overs he'd bowled from this members' end. Bowled 2 overs from the southern end, and now he's back for what you might term a last fling.
Safely through the cordon, and brilliant running from the brothers, Stephen Mark Waugh.
Well, that's knowledge of the ground and how big it is here and how difficult it is to have a fieldsman avoid you taking one on the arm. Now, Mark Waugh is quick here. He's turned and he's gone straight away. And the ball was picked up, I suppose, around about 3 parts of the way to the boundary. Excellent running. Dominic Cork is 12th man. Mullally has gone off the field. Darren Goff is ruminating on the problems of life and the ill luck associated with being a bowler. And Mike Waugh, those of you who might just have joined us, Mike Waugh has made 1,000 Test match runs this calendar year. Brilliant performance.
I think there's a little bit of shock in that from Darren Goff. We haven't seen Mark Waugh attempt to play the pull or hook for a long time. It's been a shot he has locked away. It's a good one. He plays it well. That delivery from Darren Goff was well over his head. Was probably the wrong one to reinvent the shot. We may now see a change, a willingness to play it.
Goff got it in just about the right spot. As far as he was concerned, Mark Waugh was drawn into the stroke, but he was a bit cramped for room, and it just got a bit big on him when he was halfway through the shot. Just there, a bit cramped, and it was high enough that there's always the chance of just a little follow-on there with the gloves or the edge through to the wicket keeper.
Was in the right spot. 3 for 119. The city of Melbourne, bathed in sunshine at the minute. Mild evening here at the MCG. We haven't hit any record temperatures, I can assure you of that, over the last 4 days. Today has been pleasant. We've had glimpses of sunshine, which I'm sure the players have appreciated. And it is nice to see some blue sky.
If this game is finished this evening, it'll be another 3-day test. Not a ball bowl the first day. It'll be marked down as 26th of December bracket no play, and then the next 3 days of actual play. Well, Headley fed him on what is one of his favourite shots. As soon as Steve Waugh saw it in that position, a bit wide and outside off stump, he was into the square cut.
We often see Steve Waugh not miss a chance to score a boundary at a loose delivery. He did it that occasion. It's been one of the strengths of his play. Any balls delivered in his sweet area, he dispatches. It's a highlight of his first innings. He'll be disappointed he missed the opportunity there. better over from Dean Headley. 3 for 119. 56 runs required by Australia to win this Test match. Go 3-0 up in the series. They've been dominant right throughout. Rained out in Brisbane. They had a great opportunity of victory in the first Test. Followed that up with wins in Perth and Adelaide. And at this stage, they're looking the goods in Melbourne. Taking the risk of putting the kiss of death on Mark Waugh. Last 15 or 20 minutes, he's played some of the nicest shots I think I've seen for the whole series. Just getting into some rhythm. His first innings here was okay. And here again we're seeing him get underway and just playing some of the old strokes. Just like that one.
Could be a chance of running 4 there. Easy 4 as it turned out.
I'm going to take credit for that, Richie. I think that's the first time I've ever given someone a rap and they've played one of their strong shots straight after and not had their middle peg knocked out.
Well, it was a nice stroke. It was typical Mark Waugh, just rolling his wrists and taking the ball away past square.
When Mark Waugh is playing well, you'll generally see a lot more shots through that mid-wicket region. That is his favourite. I think the difficulties he is going through are international sides are bowling and concentrating on his off stump, where he's nowhere near as powerful as on the onside. Doesn't score his runs as fluently as he has over his career, particularly in the last 18 months. I think there's been a concerted effort right across the world. So Mark Waugh off stump and just outside. That's not far off the line, possibly another 6 inches into the off stumps. Where a lot of sides used to bowl to Viv Richards. Ball from that over, 3 for 123. 7 wickets in hand, Australia. 175 their target. 52 more runs required. Headley continues. Vintage Stephen Waugh. Magnificent shot. Didn't have to move from his crease.
He has picked that off and swatted it. Lovely shot, very wristy. Didn't go with the full follow through. Just stopped it there at about head height. Beautiful stroke.
England would need something miraculous now to dig them out of this hole. Shots such as Mark Waugh off Darren Gough in the previous over and that one of Steve Waugh, they're demoralising. Shoulders are dropping. They need something special hat-trick, 2 quick wickets, maybe in the 1 over, put them right back in the match. Have they got someone capable of doing it? Mark Ramprakash has done his best. He took a brilliant catch to dismiss Justin Langer. Angus Fraser hasn't been able to break through. Darren Goff always tries his heart out.
It's a big ground on which to field here, the MCG. You have a long day in the field here with quite a few chasers out towards the boundary, and you struggle a bit. The hot showers with the big roses are very welcome at the end of the day, particularly if it's warmer than today. Today's around about 24.
Oh, well bowled. That might be the start of something special. Graham Hick, the man that's taken the catch. Mark Waugh has gone. Dean Headley, is he capable of putting them back in this match?
43 for Mark Waugh. Well, it didn't look as though it left him very much. That was a good catch, sharp catch away to his left-hand side by Graham Hick. Didn't look as though it left Mark Waugh. It looked as though he was playing it with an angled bat. Almost, was very strange, almost leading edge, 4 for 130.
Darren Lehmann, captain of South Australia, comes to the crease. 13 in the first innings. I get the feeling this match could be over tonight if he gets going. I think he'll play positively. He loves to do that. He's got the mind right on the walk to the wicket. Be natural, be natural. If it's there, hit it. That's the way he plays. Dean Headley, the man that's the initial breakthrough, 4th wicket of this innings, much needed. Didn't do much. Really just held its line. I don't think it deviated, but the problem was the way Mark Waugh played it. Very much with an angled bat.
Was almost a leading edge.
He'll be disappointed with that.
Well, very close to a leading edge because the face of the bat was facing out towards mid-wicket. And he was playing, trying to play a defensive stroke off the back foot from outside the off stump. Very unusual, but it's a wicket and it's 4 for 130, and there might be tremors at the moment, but there might be if another wicket falls quickly. 45 needed, 6 wickets in hand.
Beautiful from Steve Waugh. He's not letting the situation cloud his thinking. And he'll be very pleased. The loose delivery, away it went.
Not exactly what Alex Stewart wants from his #1 bowler. Half volley on leg stump.
Fired him up a little bit. 143 kilometres an hour. It's one of the quicker deliveries for the match. Darren Goff would be disappointed in giving Steve Waugh some easy runs, and that one past his whiskers just to hurry him up and give himself a bit of a shot in the arm. Come on, son, give some more for your country.
Dean Headley, the fielder. And Darren Goff, I think, might have got himself a bit too fired up. He's concentrating on pace and not keeping the batsman tied down. Haven't got many runs to play with, I know, but if he bowls fast and with wayward length and direction, just makes it a bit easier for the Australians. That's the one.
Just don't see a better delivery than this. Seam up, pace off the wicket. Not even the best batsman in the world could get a nick on that.
Just a reminder for Adelaide viewers that you'll be leaving us for your news shortly, but you will be returning to us if the match has not been completed by the time your news is over. That's if your news finishes and the match is not completed, you'll be back here with us.
Goff over, 4 for 136. Steve Waugh on 18. Darren Lehmann yet to get off the mark. He'll be looking forward to that. He's a free-flowing stroke player. Is Dean Headley the man? Lovely shot. Great start. That's what he likes. Chance of running 4 here. Steve Waugh's quick. And he's coming. Well run.
That was clever. Steve Waugh had in mind, he spotted straight away that it mightn't go to the boundary. It was a nice shot by Lehmann. And Steve Waugh was hustling through, and he was making Lehmann hustle as well. So Lehmann had a start on him there. And it was Steve Waugh who had to go back. They've almost collided a couple of times, and then Steve Waugh has got through for the 4th.
Oh, that was a chance. He was well short. Beautiful piece of fielding. Hussein is the man. Take a look at this. Made plenty of ground to his right. Saved the ball. He's had a shot at the stumps. Darren Lehmann's nowhere near home. The angle he could see, ball was missing the stumps by a long way.
Those Adelaide viewers who were with us a few moments ago when I made that announcement about their news, just pretend I didn't say anything at all, because it turns out now that you're going to stay. That should be good news for Adelaide viewers who may have been lifting an eyebrow. You'll be staying with us now. And Darren Lehmann is having a bit of fun out there. Short pitcher there. He's already taken a boundary off this over from Dean Headley. 35 more runs required. Welcome back, all our Sydney and Melbourne viewers. 4 for 140 Australia, 35 needed. 1 or 2 tremors out there at the moment. Darren Lehmann has played a lovely stroke down the ground early in this over. Then Headley tested him with a short pitcher, and it just ballooned out of the reach of the bowler. There's a bit of tension around, not many runs needed. But the Australians will be looking to make sure they don't lose any more wickets. They'd like to get it over tonight. England have made the breakthrough. They've got rid of Mark Waugh. Brilliantly caught. Lovely catch by Graham Hick. Now Headley's going around the wicket to the left-hander. Shadows coming across the ground.
Lehmann, Nixon, he's gone! Yes, he has, and it's 5 for 140. Round the wicket, Lehmann slashing. There was a big nick, and the crowd roars at the MCG. This game is not over yet.
It certainly isn't. 5 for 140, 35 needed. Lehmann goes. There's a roar from Headley and the other fielders, Hegg and the slip fielders. And umpire Buckner gave Lehmann out. As always, he just took his time. Made the decision, Lehmann out for 4. Caught Hegg, bowled Headley, 5 for 140.
Oh, what a test match. This is the third day. It's going to be a result of the field tonight, one way or the other. And all of a sudden, England just hanging on. Headley bowling to Lehmann. There was a big noise. Did it hit the stump, I wonder? There was certainly a noise. Up went the slip cordon, up went the bowler, and up went the finger. Lehmann's on his way. 5 for 140, and all of a sudden Headley, who's been quite expensive, could be a match winner. Wow. There's this stump vision. Bottom of the bat, by the look of it. Here, see it there, a bit of deflection off the bottom of the bat. Good decision, as always, by Steve Bucknor. Ian Healy at the crease. Well, Mark Waugh played well for 43, but it was Headley who picked him up as well. Strange shot, this one. Really actually going a bit to the leg side. Good catch by Hick. And he was gone at 130. Now Lehmann's gone at 140. It's 5 for 140. In comes Gough. Steve Waugh gets a bouncer. Under he goes. I feel quite comfortable, I guess, in the dressing room while Steve Waugh's there. He's playing so well. He'll be always a fighter at the other end, but this is one of those situations where anything can happen.
35 to win for the Australians and 5 wickets gone. These two are very experienced. Steve Waugh, century maker in the first innings, and Healy. They've shared good partnerships in years past, also in this current summer in the Ashes battle.
Mid-off, quite a defensive field, just the 2 slips in for Stephen Waugh, third man on a fine leg. Stewart. Century and 50 in this match for Stewart. Stephen Waugh, 122 not out, 18 and 2 wickets. Good all-round performances. This goodish crowd on the edge of their seats. Gough trying his heart out, just got to keep it straight. Well, he so far has bowled superbly. He's got 2, not very many. 2 for 20. He's probably been the best of the bowlers because he was tight, aggressive. 2 for 20 off 10. Headley 3 for 55 off 12. The wicket takers, Gough in his 11th over. While you were at news, Stephen Waugh come out and carried on from the first innings. Played 1 or 2 glorious shots. One cover drive was a ripper. There's the cover drive. Just cocked the wrists. It was a magnificent shot. Really raced away to the long boundary. And then off just straight onto his leg stump, and he just worked that superbly. It's a good over. This is nice and straight. It's been a super test match.
Only 3 days old, not quite 3 days. And there's been a ton of excitement all the way through. Brilliant first day, magnificent second day, and today has been fluctuating. He's started the day, I said I reckoned 170 was the minimum England wanted, and they got that. They had a bit of a chance. 175 they set, still 35 to be made. Not easy.
Oh, tipped at Yorker, well bowled. Maiden over, beauty, 5 for 140. It's 5 for 140, the batsman out, Slater for 18, Taylor 19, Langer 30, Mark Waugh 43 and Darren Lehman for 4. And a fascinating day's play. 175 the target for 3-0 lead in the series for Australia. Langer was dropped as well. It's all been happening at the Melbourne Cricket Ground this afternoon. And it's good to see Tony Greig with a smile on his face as well. This game's still up for grabs, Tony.
Yes, just I think they managed to sort of half creep back in there. This will be a very interesting little 25, 35 minutes, perhaps even a little longer than that, 45 minutes if they get another wicket here. But if they can get one of Waugh or Healy out and get Fleming in, then all of a sudden one end's open. So a fair bit of tenseness out there. Right, well, let's have a look at the Australian wickets now. Michael Slater was the first to go. He did play some lovely shots. This is how it happened. That ball nipped back, stayed down a little bit, and Slater knew he was gone there. That was Headley who did the damage early on. Made quite a serious contribution. Mulholly's bowled well too. That was pulled away. Bit of a top edge in that one. It went a long way up. Again, Headley down there had to stay under it for a while. Watched it very well and took the catch. And then Justin Langer. What a catch this was. That really turned things around. They needed something spectacular to happen. Look at the pumped up Ramprakash. And then this one, Mark Waugh. Edge, caught by Hick. He'd dropped one early on which could have made the difference. And that one, however, was caught. And then this one, well, he had a little waft outside off stump there, and Darren Lehman out caught behind for 4. So that's the situation now, 5 for 140. Remember, they need 175 to win this match. And from England's bowling point of view, well, the stars out there are those that have taken wickets. Headley 3 for 55, Mulholly 2 for 20. Goff's been a little flat in the second innings, no wicket for 37. Maybe now that there's a wicket or two that have gone, that we'll see him come back in roaring.
And while that was all happening, the very next ball after Taylor was out, Hick dropped Justin Langer when he was 1. Would have been 3 for 41. There's the nick. In fact, that's the catch. It's 5 for 140. Have another look at that. Certainly wasn't the drop catch. This is it. Mulholly, the next ball they went through, they crossed, and Hick got his fingers to it and put it down. So it's Headley from the southern end to Healy, yet to score. He's got him. Yes, he's gone. That's 6 for 140. Hick takes the catch. This game is alive and kicking.
Boy, is Headley doing some work out there. That gives him 4 wickets. That was nicely taken. We're in for a good one now. The Barmy Army are all out of their seats. The Union Jacks are flying. And for the first time in this series, England look as if they could just sneak in. Here we go again. That's a pretty good delivery, a good line. This time Hick makes absolutely certain of it, clutches it to his chest, and look at the face of Headley. He really is bowling very well. Good line, 4 for 55 his figures. And Healy, well, you don't often see him get out for no runs. That's happened today, just when it really matters. So they need 175. They've got 6 for 140.
Damien Fleming has a word with Stephen Waugh, the crowd roaring at the MCG, and well they might. What a test match it's been. It's going to go right down to the wire. 4 wickets in hand, 35 runs for victory. In comes Headley to Fleming. It's back to ball. Well, the tension's building with every delivery. At the other end, I guess Stephen Waugh is the key to this situation.
Yes, as he so often is, but Healy's been a nuisance to a lot of sides for a lot of years, and they'll be very pleased to see the back of him. He and Waugh together have put together some wonderful partnerships. There we go, the nick, and gotcha. And boy, that wasn't ever going to come out of his hands, was it? Clasped it to his chest. 4 for 55.
Oh, that's close. That's very, very close. Oh, he says no. My word, that was a pressure decision. We'll like to see this replay. It was full, it was up. I don't think there was an edge.
Look at the tenseness in the crowd. Unbelievable scenes here. Everyone's focused. This must have been very close. Well, let's see exactly where it is. He's quite wide, actually, of the crease. It just nips back a little bit. And, well, I'd like to see that from sideways on, to see how far forward he is. I think it might just have come back a little bit too much. Benefit of the doubt to the batsman. Let's see where his front foot is. Well, he's forward a little way. No, I think that's probably fair enough. Very close, but fair enough.
It's a pressure cooker decision, that one. Oh, that's close this time. He's given him. Yes, he's given him at 7 for 140. Headley could be a hero. Hail Headley, they'll be crying.
Oh, look at the Bomby Army. Well, you can't keep putting your pad there and hope to get away with it. The first one was close. He thought about the second one. What a match this is turning out to be. Headley's best figures in Test cricket. 5 for 55 he's got. And this is the delivery. Get a little closer that time. And that ball pitching, and yep, I think that was out. I think that was out. That was a good decision. Isn't he a wonderful umpire? Very, very tough. This is in these situations. Up the finger went, and they 7 for 140.
Very good decision. Fleming's gone. 7 for 140. Matthew Nicholson playing his first test match. Joins Stephen Waugh, who's standing at the other end. Crowd roaring. Good crowd in. It's been a wonderful test match. The Barmy Army's going crazy. Well, they might. They've had a tough tour.
Well, I don't think it's just the Barmy Army. Everyone's focused on this. What a finish this is. We lost today at the beginning of this test match. We've still got a day to go. And we're down here to a pressure cooker situation. Steve Waugh can do nothing about it. He's down at the non-striker's end. Nicholson on strike. 1 ball to go in this over.
Well bowled and well played. A double wicket maiden for Headley. Well bowled. He's been under pressure. He's attacked early. He's come back. He's got 5 for 55 off 13. A wonderful ovation.
Yes, justifiably so as well. Well, Stephen Waugh has wandered down to the centre of the pitch to have a calm word in the ear of Nicholson. Spare a thought for Glenn McGrath too, sitting in the dressing room here to just put his pads on. He's always stated that he'd like to play the shot that brings up the winning run in a test match. Well, today might be his day.
Good thing for Glenn McGrath. I was going to say get your money on England, but you can't say that these days. And there's the LBW. He's forward. And he's out. Off to Stephen Waugh. He's got the field deep. I just can't understand this. He's got a deep square leg, deep fine leg, a deep cover. There's a single anywhere almost for Stephen Waugh. And he'll take them.
You reckon?
I'll guarantee it.
Yes, well, I think he probably should. He's got a man at deep square leg. Yeah, he's obviously trying to give him the one. Just 3 men saving the single in front of the wicket.
Oh, good delivery. Very well bowled.
Right, so Stephen Waugh, having made a century in the first innings, is on 18, and now, having done so much with the bat in this Test match, so much now depends on him again. Oh, look at that come back off the pitch. This is the sort of thing that happens towards the end of a Test match. You get the benefit early on, a bit of movement off the pitch. All of a sudden now, it's keeping low and moving around again.
Take at least one. Ramprakash has got it. No, says Waugh. Just a single wild throw. Oh dear. Nearly overthrows. That was terrible cricket.
I tell you what, it wasn't bad. Mullally put his shins on the line there rather than give away overthrows. You watch this dreadful throw, came in flat, and look at Mullally. Keeps his legs together and gets right behind the ball.
And what was Darren Gough doing? Strolling back to his mark. Well, with a smile on his face. The pressure's getting to everybody here at the MCG. This is a great finish. 34 to win. Nicholson on strike to Darren Gough. Big shout for LB going down leg side. Why would you have a third man to Nicholson, Tony? His first Test match when you're trying to win a Test match.
Well, no, I think the third man's fair enough in this situation. This is a runs and wicket scenario here, and 2 or 3 boundaries into a vacant third man area, I think could make the difference. So I've got no problems with the third man.
If he digs one in short, gets the blade of the bat, and pops up in this region, it'll be a disgrace. Well, the crowd clapping every delivery now. Nicholson surviving. He's a tall lad. He'll try and get on the front foot as most tall fast bowlers do.
So I'm just trying to think. The gully could come from one of the fieldsmen on the offside. I think you're probably right. There probably should be a fieldsman in that gully area. That's not to say there can't be a third man as well. And he's not a bad player, this fella. But what a wonderful time for him to come in. This will stretch him.
There's your third man. 2 off the over and he's on strike again. Oh, another wild throw, knocked down by the keeper. 7 for 142. 7 for 142. Steve Waugh on 19, Nicholson on 1. Dean Headley got the ball in front of the big southern stand and they're roaring themselves hoarse. As well they might. It's been a wonderful inspired spell. A guy who's normally pretty costly at this level. He's got 5 for the first time in a Test match. And Nicholson's on strike. 3 slips in now. No bat pad. Oh, well played. It's a single. I think Stephen Waugh on strike. From England point of view, we've got to bowl Stephen Waugh out here.
Yes, they've got to get him out. Every run is going to bring a cheer here. And 4s will bring a huge cheer, and of course, if a wicket falls, the Army will see to it that there's a bit of noise around. And mind goes back to the finish when England just sneaked in. There was that missed catch, which then popped up in the air. Thompson and Border had put on all those runs. It was caught on the second attempt in the slip cord, and it got down to next to nothing.
Yes, Chris Trevorray dropped it. Jeff Miller caught it. Ian Bathen's bowling. The batsman was Jeff Thompson. Never forget that. This is a wonderful afternoon as well. 32 runs required. Steve Waugh on strike to Dean Headley. Gets him to fine leg for a single. So he gets another chance at Nicholson. Well, they've really got to put the pressure on Nicholson here, England. They just cannot allow the singles to come easily. Maybe a silly point, a bat pad to let him see a fieldsman close up. What a fantastic atmosphere. It's big ground.
Yes, there are two groups, aren't there? There's that group that make a lot of noise and never stop.
Big shout. Oh, did he offer a shot? By Steve Buckner, as cool as cucumber.
Yes, watch the line here. This one, again, nipping back. He's getting the ball to nip back quite a long way. And the batsman there quite a long way forward as well.
He's enjoying it, isn't he? He knows he's under pressure, but that's what it's all about. That's why he likes being an international umpire. And he's a good one. 7 for 144. 31 runs required.
That's well left. He's watching that one very carefully and just swaying out of the way.
And how important those runs yesterday for McGill and Stephen Waugh are now. McGill and McGrath to come. Just the 3 slips in for Matthew Nicholson. Square leg, a point, mid-off, mid-on, fine leg and third man. It's getting a bit keyed up here. Dean Headley, he's bowled a very good line. His first 2.5 overs cost 23 runs, so this has been a good comeback.
Yes, it certainly has. He was a little expensive early on. So I'm just wondering now whether it's not time to bring Mullally back. The two right-handers, especially Nicholson, with the left arm over the wicket.
Big shout, this is going to be close. Oh no, says Steve Buckner. Just shuffled across, 7 for 144. Looking down to the member stand at the MCG, still plenty of good light about. The sun's broken through again. Darren Gough. Stephen Waugh gets it away. Mullally does well. Just a single.
Yes, there's a bit of a commitment out there now. And all of a sudden, a bit of diving around. So I think the thing that swung all this was Ramprakash. Ramprakash's catch really seemed to get them going. That's nicely fielded by Mullally.
Yes, he was at square leg. Mullally dropped one in short. Langer went for it, hit it right off the middle of the bat, and he took a gem. Just the 3 slips in for Matthew Nicholson. No bat pad. I think you just try a bat pad or a silly point. This young lad in his first Test match. There's Stewart. He could win one. Could be 2-1 and they could go to Sydney and join and draw the series if they win. They desperately need this, England. Well played. Very well played.
Yes, it's interesting. Just to watch this young man. He obviously likes the front foot. He does 2 things very well. We've already seen him get out of the way of the short balls well. And he does that sort of by half going forward and then swaying out of the way. So I think you really need to do something a little different to him. He's not worried about the short ball and he's a long way onto the front foot, so LBWs are going to be difficult. I think it's time for Mullally to take over from Gough.
Now Stewart, is he making a change? Stewart asking for the helmet. I think this is a good move. Maybe 3 or 4 balls too late, but he's bringing in the bat pad. Ramprakash is going to take the helmet. He's the guy that could have turned this around. He picked up Justin Langer with one of the best catches you'll ever see.
Yes, just watch his reaction after he takes this beautiful catch. He gets himself settled. It's a very good position to get in. Goes one-handed, takes the catch, and he then jumps up and words the effect, come on guys, right, a few more of those. We've still got a chance here. Let's get into this. The score there was 3 for 103.
Gets it away. Went for the Yorker. Angus Fraser cleans up at fine leg. 2 more runs. are also valuable. If Goff doesn't break through this over, I think you'll have to go for Malali.
Yes, this is a good shot again on the leg stump, just closing the face, bringing the wrists into it a little bit. Nicely played.
Yes, I think he maybe was thinking he would get a bouncer. He didn't. He got the Yorker and he played it superbly. Scripted away, and it's very hard coming back for the second as well. 2 balls remaining this over.
So I think he's got to go for the Yorker again.
Nicholson looking very cool under pressure. Malali with 2 wickets. I think he's bowled superbly. 10 overs, 2 for 20. Picked up the 2 left-handers, Taylor and Langer. Three off the over, 7 for 147. Wonderful news for cricket lovers right around Australia, taking this wide world of sports coverage. This 4th Test match, the Melbourne Cricket Ground, you're going to stay to the finish, and then you'll go to your news or normal programs. 7 for 147. Headley bowling his heart out for England. He's bowling to Stephen Waugh. Just the 2 slips in catching position.
It's a 28 to win now. Headley is nipping the ball back off the seam. Still no one on the onside saving one, so very easy for him to tuck one away there and get himself a single.
This is exciting finish. Way back in 1982, we came on the last day. Mission was free. There was about 15,000 people in. Jeff Thompson and Alan Border creeping close to the England total. They needed 3 runs when Botham was bowling to Jeff Thompson. 30th of December 1982, got the edge, went straight down the throat of Chris Tavray, dropped it. What a dolly. But Roger Miller come across and took the catch. And that was it.
Yeah, it was actually Jeff Miller. Geez, you're getting a bit carried away as well, Bill.
I remember Richie saying, and that's out. It was a magic moment.
It certainly was, and after all that hard work, it was right here as well. Tremendous test match. They'd added 70 and got within 3 when that happened. Well, these guys want it to happen again tonight. They've been here all day. They've been very quiet early on. They've come alive, and I've got to give them some marks for persistence in terms of their support.
Well, they put up with a washout the first day. It was freezing on the second day when 25,000 come to the MCG. That's a good shot. It's well fielded. The big fella, Angus Fraser, did well.
Right, well, Headley's really made a serious contribution here. 5 wickets. Let's have a quick look at the 5 that he's taken. First one, Slater, plum LBW. Big appeal there, and that really was plum. Mark Waugh, Nick, caught by Hick there at slip. Lehman was next to go. Flashed outside off stump, taken behind. And then Healy, Nick, again to Hick. Nicely taken, and then Fleming out LBW.
Back live, Stephen Waugh right behind that. He always hoping it was going to be a 6th one there. It was all happening, wasn't it? Well, it is happening at the MCG. 7 for 147, but Stephen Waugh, what a fine player. He's on 21. 122 not out in the first innings. Probably can't believe he's in this situation on the 3rd day. Unbelievable.
Listen, it's not as if we've had a pitch that's been seaming around all over the place. It's been a really lovely pitch. A little bit of bounce there, absolutely ideal.
Oh, there's a chance. Can he hit them? Can he hit them? Oh, they get runs. They get overthrows. Unbelievable. Can you believe that? They can't take a trick with those run-outs, can they?
Well, I tell you what, I don't think he could see the stumps. That was good thinking there by Nicholson. He did what everyone does. Goff has wandered over to the umpire, and he said something about, or Stewart saying, hang on, he was obstructing the field, and therefore perhaps they shouldn't have run. So I think quite right, the umpire's just saying, no, just watch this. I don't think that the fieldsman here could see, and the bowler picks it up, and Nicholson stays between himself and the stumps, and that throw is wide on the onside. Goff is carrying on there as the ball runs away. Or was it Stewart? One of them anyhow.
It was just a poor throw. Like it didn't go for 5. And the crowd are booing. Stephen Waugh's pulling away. Got the lucky handkerchief out. 26 runs for victory for Australia. 3 wickets in hand. You just feel they're just edging there. Nicholson doing a fine job in support here.
.26 to get. 3 wickets in hand.
2 off the over. 7 for 149. That's the situation. 3 wickets in hand, 26 runs required for victory in this Boxing Day test here at the MCG. He's persisting with his #1 strike. I guess that's fair enough. Darren Goff. He hasn't really looked like getting a wicket in this innings. 13 overs, 2 maidens, none for 42, but great bowlers do great things at the right time.
Yes, I think, well, from England's point of view, I hope they've learnt a little bit about Nicholson. I really do think that he's playing the short ball well. He's looking at it. He's not worried about it. He's getting out and wasting your time bowling bounces to him. I think that you've got to keep it on that off stump and just outside. See if you could get him to nick one into that slip cordon, although there are only 2 there now. He seems to be on the front foot all the time, so it needs to be just short of a length, not too well pitched up. He's a tall man, so they must have learned a bit from the way he's played so far.
Most of the dismissals in this match have been in the slip cordon, though. You know, and you've got a #9 coming into his first test match. It's okay having a bat pad, that's fine, or even a silly point, but surely you've got to have 2 slips in a gully as a minimum.
Yes, no doubt. They need another one in there for sure. The 3rd slip. And you're dead right. That's where it's gone.
In comes Goff. No ball. Dear oh dear, he gets it fine. He may come back for the 2nd, will he? No, he doesn't.
Yes, 1 for the no ball and 1 for the run. So 2 more to the total. Yes, and it's worthwhile just bearing in mind that either of these captains can ask for the extra half an hour this evening. We've been informed by the umpires that this evening's play is scheduled to go on to 19 minutes past the top of the hour. It's not that far away now, but if there's a possibility of a result, then either of the captains can ask for the extra half an hour, and once we embark upon that extra half an hour, unless the light deteriorates, they've got to finish it.
That's a good shot, and it's well filled. Alan Mullally on fire. Picked it up as clean as a whistle. Charged in. It was a good firm on drive. He's been falling over. He's been fumbling. He's made 5 ducks. Today he's come alive.
Yes, he certainly has. I think that's probably it. He's set a pretty ordinary standard in the past. That was pretty well straight to him, but he got it right in the middle of his hands. He's certainly wide awake. I really think they should give him the ball. Replace Goff just for a few overs.
Steve Waugh cracks it square. Headley coming around. 2 more. What a cricketer Stephen Waugh is, eh? Under pressure, playing his shots as he did in the first innings. Here he's taking control again. I still think the field should be up. Maybe a 3rd man, okay, but not those gaps. They're everywhere.
Yes, they've got a man down at square leg. He's perhaps the one that they could bring into that position. Obviously got a plan here for Steve Waugh. He may well go for the hook shot.
He's picking him off. He's a great player. Crowd are loving it. I'm sure our viewers right around Australia and the world, everybody who loves cricket, must enjoy this finish. A lot of people in Asia, all over the place.
Yes, Goffer's obviously bowling over the wicket, the ball angling into the right-hander. If they brought Mullally on, of course, he is across there because he's a left arm over the wicket, and it may just be that change in angle could create a problem or get them the wicket they need.
Strangely, Goffer took 5 in the first innings, was by far the best. He looked a bit flat in this innings, even from the start. His first over, he could have had Slater, one flew over the head of Butcher and slip, but apart from that, he hasn't beat the bat very often. He's been reasonably expensive by his standards, 13.3 overs, none for 47. He'd go for the swinging Yorker probably, and that's probably his best ball to a low-order batsman. Nicholson on strike. There's a bat pad, square leg, a fine leg. Goes for it, that's close. Oh, umpire Daryl Harper has a look.
Well, I tell you, if that straightened down the line at all, it must have been extremely close. Let's see if we can pick up a line. He does go forward a long way. That probably saves him. It's just a bit hard to tell from that one. It may well have been just slipping down the leg side.
Well played. That was attempted Yorker. Nicholson doing a fine job. Players and the crowd right into this. What a super test match. Scoring at 3.5 runs and over for the first 2 days. Australia is scoring at 3.59 now, chasing the 175.
It's that LBW again. Just have a look at this angle. See if you could pick it up. It's perhaps just slipping down the leg side. That was perilously close.
You get 2. 7 off the over. That's a big one for the Australian pair. It's 7 for 156. Just a reminder to Channel 9 viewers, we'll be going right through to the end of this test match this evening. And Brisbane and Adelaide viewers will see their news after the cricket. Looking down to the members' stand, it's big grounds, good crowds, and some wonderful test matches. And what a good pitch this is. You can play your shots, you can get some wickets, the catches carry to the slip cordon. Headley continues to Stephen Waugh on 26, Nicholson on 7. Stump vision shows a good pitch. And Waugh, solid as a rock, isn't he? Right off the meat of the bat.
Yes, he certainly is in wonderful form, and he's such a confident player these days, isn't he? He goes out there, he's got no problems with that short ball anymore. Look at this, the maker's name. Square on, that bat coming down, lovely and straight.
So I think that Headley's just got to give him a little bit of room outside off stump and hope that he'll have a dash at 1, and there's 2 slips and a keeper in a catching position. No! It's a little bit straight. It's well fielded by the bowler as well. One of the big problems there is that Angus Fraser is very slow at mid-on, so there's always going to be a single if it gets past Headley. Maybe that mid-on should come a fraction squarer and entice Waugh to drive straight. Let's try something different. Slip cordon is Atherton and Hick supporting Warren Hegg. They're the catchers. Single, that's fair enough. It's a place to bowl. 18 runs required, 3 wickets in hand. It's just starting to swing back to Australia now. Just getting a bit more comfortable at home, I'm sure, sitting there watching this telecast. If you're an Australian fan, if you're an English fan, you desperately want Stephen Waugh's wicket.
Yes, I think either will do. Headley 5 for 60. What a wonderful spell of bowling it's been. A little expensive early on. We were a bit worried that he was conceding too many runs, and then all of a sudden he started to strike. In this spell he's taken 4 for 26.
Well, that's well bowled. Got him on the glove. There's no bat pad, but there's no run either.
That's the length. That's a much better length. He's been getting out of the way of the short balls easy. He plays the fuller deliveries very well, very confident. It's that just short of a length area, that one there. You can see he comes forward. He's a very committed front foot player. That hit him with the gloves. Yes, that's the place to bowl. No doubt about that. Headley's now worked it out.
Not sure how they're going to get him out on the onside, though, if he gets a glove. There's nobody in a catching position. That wasn't a bad ball either. He might have slashed at that, an inexperienced player. He didn't. He's very cool. It's Matthew Nicholson.
Yeah, he's been impressive with the ball, and he's certainly been impressive with the bat as well. Providing good partnership here with Stephen Waugh when the going's tough. It's one thing getting runs when there's nothing in it. This is pretty tough out there at the moment. Very tense.
No, hit the ground. Half an appeal. Good delivery. That's the over bowled. 7 for 157. Shadows coming across the ground here at the MCG. It's getting close to 21 minutes past the hour, where we'll know then whether there's another half hour's play or not. Aaron Goff takes one. It's well run. But Goff really has to strike now for England.
Well, we've got a very interesting little scenario about to occur. That extra half an hour we've been talking about, we saw a player run out onto the ground to have a talk with Stephen Waugh. That would have been the message from Taylor, perhaps in asking Steve Waugh what he thought about what Australia would like to do, and I suspect they'll want to go on. England, well, they might want to go off. Fresh bowlers tomorrow morning. Now, if that is the case and the match doesn't proceed, this will be the last over of the day. But it only takes one captain to want to carry on, and that being the case, the only criteria is that a finish is possible. So my guess here tonight is that Stewart will probably want to go off, and I suspect that the Australians will want to stay on, which means they'll stay on.
Full pitch, and he gets a run, maybe two. Steve Waugh happy with a single. Full pitch there. It was attempted Yorker. Goff not on line. Another single to Matthew Nicholson. Shadows starting to creep across the ground now.
I suppose the other thing that's might be of some concern to the umpires, they're always trying to be fair. The light towers are casting a shadow which is slowly encroaching upon the pitch. Indeed, the shadows from the stands are coming across, and you can see that down at the far end, the southern end, that shadow will be right on a length shortly, slowly moving in the direction of the pitch.
Oh, that's not great fielding, but it's good running. 15 for victory. Stephen Waugh taking every run, forcing the odd single. Nicholson backing him up well. There's one ball remaining in this over. Oh, good shot into the gap. 7 for 161. And Steve Waugh wants to bat. The Englishmen want to go off, so I'm sure they'll stay.
Yes, I think War's got the option here, and I think the umpires will be now be confronted with the situation that says we'll have to go on. Yes, and as one would imagine, this turned out to be a popular decision, and the one that we anticipated. It only needs one captain to want to carry on, and it also requires that a result is possible. He's just looking at the laws, 3-1.3 extra time. The umpires may decide to play 30 minutes extra time at the end of any day if requested by either captain, if, in the umpire's opinion, it would bring about a definite result on that day. Only 14 runs required, so correct decision.
Of course, there's not quite sure if he brings back Moore and they get another wicket, England could still win this game. And I think Stewart knew that all very well. He knows what's going on. He's an experienced cricketer. I think he tried a bit of bluff there, and the Australians, when they sent out the runner, Colin Miller, knew exactly what was going on.
So a minimum of 8 overs have got to be bowled now, and so that may well be more than half an hour. And well, everyone's very happy. They don't want to come back tomorrow morning. They want to see a finish, and this is of course in the best interest of the game too. Everyone's here, all of you at home want to see what happens, and well, the sun's shining, and the tension continues, and of course we're going to stay with it right to the end. And once it's over, those of you who are waiting for your news programs will follow immediately the cricket's over. So this is unbelievable. 14 runs to win, 3 wickets in hand.
Straight to cover point, no run. And I think Stewart would probably be suggesting that because the game started a half hour early, it's not normal conditions.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've got a little bit of sympathy for it, but I mean, really, the way England have dragged their tails in terms of their over rates, I think that to a degree they've brought about this sort of scenario themselves. Their over rate is so slow.
Headley from the southern end. Nicholson on 9's done a great job. The last wicket fell at 140. In fact, 3 wickets fell at 140. Weeman, Healy and Fleming in 12 balls. And Headley did the damage, and this has been a wonderful partnership under enormous pressure. And this young man, 21 runs from 46 balls this partnership. He's hardly played a false stroke.
Well, there's the Australian card. They were going really well for a little while there, and all of a sudden quick wickets fell.
No bat pad in, not putting any pressure on with a silly point. Headley's bowling a great spell here, one of the best you'll see from a guy that's not a permanent member of the side.
No, that's correct. He's done very well, and he'll have to bowl right through now, and Mulhally surely is getting himself loosened up. He could make a name for himself here as well. He's had a big day anyhow. Just think that that little angle from the left armour across the right-hander, especially the tail-ender Nicholson.
Wait, no. Yes, the different angle. He'll probably play around off stump, may get an edge through the keeper. Well, he's tidy as well. He's not expensive. 10 overs, 2 for 20. Crowd, no one has moved here at the MCG. It's been a super test match. He's got him! He's gone! It's 8 for 161. They're still in it, England, and Headley's got it again. He's got 6. What a performance!
You beauty, what a delivery. Perfect length, he's got it just right, and well, one has to feel a little bit for Nicholson. He's played really well, And that was exactly right. The right line, the right length, nice and fast as well. And here it is again. Just look at this. Pitch just short of a length and just outside off stump. Just waving at it a little bit wide, and have a look at Hick. He's latched onto it. Up goes the finger of umpire Buckner. Boy, what a day he's having. 6 for 60, his figures. Oh, Matthew Nicholson will be disappointed, but he's made a serious contribution here. Out for 9, and now it's 8 for 161.
Stuart McGill, he has to face one ball in this over from Headley, who's now got 6 for 60 of 16.5 overs. War's not out 29 at the other end. That's Stephen War. 14 runs for victory. 2 wickets for England.
Yes, I don't care who you are. I don't care how much experience you've had in situations like this. There's going to be plenty of tenseness. Now, the best position to be in is to be the bowler. He's nice and loosened up and warm, charging in. Batsman, who's just arrived at the crease. Well, this is a tense time for him. And that man is McGill. He did very well in the first innings. He's had a good time with the ball. He's had a really good match. Can he help War finish this off?
Got to give 4 points to Stewart here. He's a lot of support for Headley, who I thought bowled poorly early on. He's stuck with him. He's got 6. He could be a match winner. McGill on strike. Right behind it, no run. That's the over bowled. 14 runs required. The crowd seeing one of the great test matches. It's only 3 days old as far as play is concerned.
Oh, absolutely. It's been absolutely superb. What a fantastic performance, though. Here's the wicket again. Look at that little nick. He played away from his body a little bit. That's one of the few false shots he's played. And up they all go. And once again, a little pause by the umpire there before he gave him out. He's bowled so well. Still bouncing this pitch, isn't there? Have a look at it. Off the edge and flies through, taken about knee height.
Well, he's persisting with Darren Gough. He's going to his #1 striker, who's got 15 overs, 2 maidens, none for 53. He's bowling to Stephen War. Maybe if he gets McGill on strike, that'll be the theory. Give him a single here. Everybody's deep on the offside. There's 4 fieldsmen deep, a ring almost. So they're going to give away a single, and I'm sure Stephen War will take it. That's the Australian way. Situation like this.
Down the non-striker's end, McGill is loosening up and Gough is on his way.
Yes. Takes the run. So he's got 5 balls at McGill. 13 required for victory. Well, 2 deliveries could win a test match.
Yes, and Glenn McGrath will be sitting there ready to come in. He's the number 11. So 13 to get. 2 wickets in hand. There've only been 2 tied test matches.
Well, there's no change in the field either. He's just got the 2 slips. Surely he's got to bring them in close at least and encourage McGill to, who might have a bit of a dip over the top. 2 slips, a point, cover, mid-off, 3rd man. On the onside, mid-on, square leg and a deep fine leg. He slips in shadow. Gough. Got him! He's bowled him! It's 9 for 162. Well, McGrath's got to do it, Tony.
What a delivery. He's produced that Yorker a few times. He did it to Nicholson in the first innings. That's a magnificent delivery. Very, very tough ball to face first up. Well, he'd feel upset about that, McGill. He's made a big contribution in this test match. Out bowled. What a ball. This is it again. Just have a look at this. Right there. A little bit of in-swing there too. It hit the base of middle and off. And the bails went flying in all directions. Well, this is unbelievable. 13 to get. The duck goes off with McGill. And Glenn McGrath now will slowly make his way out onto the ground. He's said all his career he'd love to come out and hit the winning runs in a test match. Well, his chance is about to arrive. It's 9 for 162.
Well, there's McGill. Here's McGrath, 4 points to Stewart again. He gave his number one striker the ball. Waugh took the single as he always does. He bowled the perfect Yorker to a new batsman. It's 9 for 162. 13 runs for victory, just 1 wicket in hand. Here it is. It swung too, that's what did him. Hit right at the base of middle and off stump. A beautiful delivery to a new batsman under these circumstances. Listen to the crowd. 4.91 his average. Waugh having a quiet word to Glenn McGrath. Stephen Waugh, he's on 30 at the non-striker's end. Stewart talking to his bowler. What a day.
Yeah, I think Stephen Waugh's problem here is that he needs to get down that end, and if he does, it may well be that he will throw the bat. I've got to say that Glenn McGrath, what are they going to do? They're going to look to scamper a single. That's one option.
Well, he's got the fielding closer, hasn't he? He's got a red gully, because he was out for a bounce from the first innings. There's a red gully in, there's a gully, 2 slips, short cover, short mid-off. Mullally mid-on. In comes Goff. Outswinger.
Yes, well, 3 balls to go this over. So McGrath has got to see off 3 deliveries here or get himself a single. And lots of chat out there about where exactly the fieldsman should be. Try and save that one. I think that he's got to try and produce another one of those Yorkers right up there in the block hole.
Good to place the umpire's position as well for big LBW shout now with the swinging Yorker on leg stump. In comes Goff. Hit him on the toe. He's given him his second of one. A great win for England at the MCG. What a test match. What a performance by the England bowlers, Mullally, Headley, and in the end, Goff. A magical moment for Test cricket on this ground once again.
Oh yes, this is a very special moment, and what a delivery that was. The England side will be very emotional about this. They've had a hell of a time on this tour, and they've managed to snatch a victory here when it really did all look lost. They've won this test match by 12 runs. They're Englishmen all over the ground. The security folk are trying to get them off the ground, but this is a moment to celebrate, really, from England's point of view. Steve Waugh, well, he'd be very disappointed. Obviously, he doesn't, and none of the Australians like losing, but let's give some credit here to Headley in particular. I think 6 for 60, his figures. He helped turn it around, really, after that wonderful catch by Ramprakash, which just seemed to spur them on.
It's Goff. The Yorker knocked over McGill, then McGrath, who's a handy number 11, was caught in front. And a wonderful finish to a wonderful test match. There always has to be a winner and a loser, but I think cricket's been a winner here over the last 3 days.
Yes, and part of that's to do with this fantastic pitch. They're getting it back to normal here. There'll be celebrations tonight in that English camp, I tell you. I don't think they'll be going to bed, many of them. This has been a wonderful victory. It really has, and it all happened so quickly right at the end. Australia, for, well, right up until lunchtime, right up until perhaps even an hour ago, looked to almost certainly win this match. Here it is, the one that really counted. The last one, bang, on the pad, up they go for the LBW. There was a pause there, and then up the finger went, and boy, here's the celebration. Goff, loving every single one of it. Oh, what a reaction. It's been a while. It's been a while. They've had a tough, very tough tour. Right, well, the Union Jack is on the ground. We hope you've enjoyed the telecast. The series is now 2-1 to Australia. We'll see you in Sydney.